So in the Kabbalah, it talks about the Ein Sof, which is the infinite. It's one of the central concepts in the Kabbalah and Jewish mystical tradition. The Ein Sof represents the boundless and the unknowable essence that is Hashem, the creator of all things. It is the ultimate divine reality, transcending all human comprehension and categorization. The Ein Sof is often described to us as vast, limitless, an ocean of pure existence, devoid of any form, attributes, or limitations. The concept of the Ein Sof is paradoxical in nature, as it attempts to grasp the infinite within the human being's finite human language. Kabbalists emphasize that the Ein Sof cannot be fully comprehended or defined, as it lies beyond the realm of human understanding, even. Instead, they approach the Ein Sof through theology, asserting that the Ein Sof is not more important than what it is. The Ein Sof is seen as the source of all creation, yet it remains separate from it. Kabbalah teaches that the Ein Sof emanated 9 divine attributes known as the Sifriot, which gave rise to the physical universe and all its inhabitants. The Sifriot serve as an intermediary channel between the infinite Ein Sof and the finite created world. The concept of Ein Sof has profound implications for human existence. It suggests that we are all sparks of the divine, which I believe we are, and everyone here today. I hope that we're all blessed and that everyone can speak through the truth and this is a connection that provides us with a sense of purpose and meaning and interconnectedness. Dear friends, we gather here today in the spirit of unity and exploration, seeking to expand our consciousness and connect with the deeper truths of existence through psychedelics and exploration. As we embark on this psychedelic journey together, we invite the blessings of the divine and the guidance of the Kabbalah's ancient wisdom. As I said, in the Kabbalah, we learn that the Ein Sof is the infinite and unknowable essence of God. From this infinite source emanates the Sifriot, the divine energies that are representative of the creative and organizing forces of the universe. When I partake in sacred medicine, I open myself up to the transformative powers of these energies, which are not really defined in words. And we may experience visions, insights, and emotions that challenge our perceptions and expand our understanding of reality. Let us approach these experiences with an open mind, trusting heart, and willingness to surrender to the unknown. The Torah is the foundational text of Judaism, which offers profound guidance on our relationship with the divine. It speaks of a covenant, a sacred agreement between God and humanity, a promise of mutual love and support as we journey through the psychedelic realms. I try to remember that I'm trying to cultivate a deep connection with the divine. May this psychedelic forum and journey be a blessed awakening, and I hope for a peace in the world and great understanding. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Ari. Our next moderator is Rick Doblin. He's going to start us out for our 24 hours. I want to invite everyone to ask questions or put them in the chat when he's done talking, and just remember that this is a place for people who, may also be struggling. They may be in a domestic violence situation and they hear a spark of hope that really inspires them to try some new healing. It can be an intellectual forum. And there are lots of folks who may be differently abled or who are struggling. And so I would keep that in mind, that it's a very egalitarian space. But take it away, Rick Doblin. And if you can't unmute yourself, then I'm happy to unmute you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually unmuted. I can do that. And so, yeah, thank you for this introduction. So I'll speak for like around 20 minutes or so. And then We'll have like half hour, I guess, till for just dialogue between us. Although if during my initial 20 minutes you have some questions, you can put them in the chat and I'll see if I can answer them while I'm speaking. But to start with, because you so eloquently spoke about people in crisis and how this discussions today about psychedelics might actually help them. I want to start out by talking about a new project that we're doing in Israel. And what happened after, well, let me say this, that MAPS Israel, we've done our phase 3 studies for MDMA assisted therapy for PTSD in the US, Israel, and Canada. So those are the 3 countries where we've gathered the phase 3 data. Both Health Canada and Ministry of Health in Israel are wanting the FDA to go first to decide whether to approve it. And then if that happens, then shortly thereafter, we'll have approval in Israel and Canada. So MAPS Israel was about to train Palestinian therapists and Israeli therapists together in our effort to bring MDMA in Palestinian and Arab populations as part of kind of our Healing for All mission. And so this training was right about to take place somewhere like the 15th or so of October, so like a week after the massacres of October 7th. Needless to say, they've been postponed. Hopefully they will continue to take place. Also, I just recently came back from Iceland early in November and Sarajevo in August, where MAPS was organizing trainings for therapists in those countries. But the Sarajevo training had people from 10 different countries, including Bosnia, Serbia, Armenia, Ukraine, Poland, Italy. We did have one young woman, a gay woman therapist from Lebanon in that training who started the Arab Psychedelic Society. And it was tremendous that this was our little bit of entree, trying to go ahead and bring this to the Arab world. And it worked really well. This training in Sarajevo in August, this woman, it was taught by the Israelis, actually. It was amazing. It was people from countries that had been all at war with each other, Bosnia, Serbia. It just was this beautiful, beautiful thing. Like it felt like a mini UN where the healers were united in their effort to try to reduce and deal with trauma, but that their political leaders from all these countries were continuing to create. So this woman from Lebanon then went back to Lebanon and spoke to several other people who we'd been in touch with, and she encouraged them to go to our training that just was early in November in Iceland. And so we had 3 Lebanese therapists there, Christians from St. George's Hospital, and they were very impressed by the therapeutic potential and also thought it could be culturally relevant to bring this to Lebanon. So now, once the war dies down, if that happens, we're going to be trying to organize a training inside Lebanon for therapists from around the Arab world. The Israelis won't, of course, be able to go teach that, but we'd have teachers from the U.S. So that's what we're doing to try to democratize things, or to really not democratize, but really to spread it to everybody, to this whole traumatized region. So after the massacres of October 7th, I've got 2 Israeli relatives right now in uniform in the reserves on the Lebanese border, and 2 more inside Gaza, and several more outside in Israel, sort of supplying the army, but also in the reserve. So it just struck me as what in this relatively hopeless, terrible situation, what could we do? And so it struck me as that what we've tried to do in our research is show MDMA assisted therapy for PTSD. But I thought there was a potential new opportunity in Israel, which is that if we could get permission from the Ministry of Health to start group therapy studies with people that are recently traumatized. Then we could try to see, could one MDMA experience after a trauma help people so that they wouldn't later develop PTSD? And so that would be something that would be a way to immediately bring the healing potential of MDMA to people. However, what we've learned from the Ministry of Health, that they are sympathetic to this idea, but they're not ready to act that quickly. And so it does have to be a protocol. It's going to take months and months and months to do. And so we are now working on that, this idea of 400 people in 4 different locations, 100 people at different locations. Some again for traumatized at the rave, the Nova rave, and others traumatized by the killings at the kibbutzim. And so this would be a way to demonstrate, could we really explore group therapy as a way to try to scale the treatment, but also reduce the cost of the treatment. So it would actually be 1.9 million that we're trying to raise. That would be around $5,000 a person for the training and the treatment, which is pretty amazing, considering it costs 25, 30,000, 40,000 for us to do each person in phase 3. This would be 2 MDMA sessions, both in groups rather than 3 individual sessions. Definitely large economies of scale. We've already raised over $600,000 for this. So if anybody is interested or knows potential donors for this, you can contact me at rick@maps.org. But we're definitely looking to raise additional funds to do this study in Israel. And then, of course, we would try to do this open science, and then this could have big impacts with our humanitarian projects all over the world in terms of group therapy, particularly in countries where there's not a lot of therapists and not a lot of psychiatrists, like in, we're talking now with people in Rwanda, South Africa, Lesotho, Kenya, as we try to sort of globalize healing potential of MDMA, and in particular also Ukraine. So the potential here, I think, is really strong. And so it's what I was saying is that it's like lighting a candle healing in a hurricane of trauma. And when I said that to someone, they reminded me of this quote from Anne Frank about how lighting a single candle can both defy and define the darkness. And so that there is something to be said for those little efforts that we can do to heal trauma. So that's kind of where we're at now with the Israeli projects. I want to go back then to my bar mitzvah, which was what my title of my talk was about. And I think the bar mitzvah situation for me was, I'm the oldest of 4 kids. I really, this was now 1966 that my bar mitzvah took place. And I somehow had the idea that these rites of passage that have been for thousands of years would have some deep kind of inner transformation for me, that there would be something changed in me as a result of this, not on the outer level because of a party, but on the inner level, some kind of maturation that would take place, some kind of spiritual connection, some new sense of who I was growing into as an adult from a child. And none of that really happened. It was just very much the same. And that, I do remember waking up the next morning in my bed and thinking, I'm just the same. Nothing's changed. And, I thought, okay, God's busy. A lot of people got bar mitzvah, and something will change tomorrow. Well, then the next day happened, the next day happened, the next day happened, nothing. I'm still the same. Finally, a week goes by, and I'm just realizing, all sorts of new people got bar mitzvah all over the world, and that my God was busy theory isn't going to work, and nothing's going to happen. So it was 4 years later that I tried LSD for the first time. And, well, more like 4.5 years later. And when I had my first LSD experience, it was challenging, and it was like, it unsettles your sense of self, unsettles your ego, and so I felt part of something larger. I felt scared of letting go. I was not very emotional. I felt that it opened me up to my emotions, but it was more like, these are the kind of questions, this existential questions of where do I fit in, who am I, and what am I a part of, and what is this life death, this narrow life that I'm experiencing, how does that relate to the thousands of years, billions of years of history before and hopefully after. And so I really started recognizing that our traditional rites of passage, I imagine for many people, still do have this spiritual power, but for me they didn't. And it was really through psychedelics that I started my what I would call deeper spiritual evolution, and that has stayed with me ever since. I'm about to turn 70 in 4 days. And so I think that this connection between psychedelics and spirituality is really solid, and that it can be enriching for people from all different religious traditions. There's something universal about this kind of, what's one of the main things about Judaism is it's all one. There's something universal about it. There's no name really. So I think that this underlying psychedelic experience can really be used to enrich rites of passage in all different religions. And that was sort of motivated my wife and I when each of our children, our 3 kids, turned 13. We went to them and said, if you want MDMA or you want marijuana, we think you're old enough for it, because I felt that when I was 13, I had that hunger for that kind of connection. And we said, if you want it, come to us and we'll do it. We'll give it to you and it'll be pure and you could do it with it. We didn't realize that was the best anti-drug strategy we could think of. Offer our kids drugs and say, hey, do it with your parents. And none of them wanted to do it. They were all like, hey, we're not ready, but they became ready later. And again, this is just to emphasize, I think, that at 13 and, psychedelics, I think, can be really effective in these rites of passage contexts. So now I'd like to share a story of Jerusalem. This was about 15 years ago. So this was on Purim. And I was in Jerusalem, and there was a rave that was in the underground parking lot right next to the Israeli Supreme Court. And it was all decorated by an Israeli art school in Jerusalem, surrounded by a lot of police to get into there, which was amazing. A lot of security, but once you got in, there was security for a rave with psychedelics. And so, I did MDMA, and some friends also did MDMA, and it was really, really wonderful. And around the sunrise, I decided that I would like to go to the wall in the old city. And so a friend and I went there, and this was beautiful. It's quiet. I love going there in the middle of the night. It's not as crowded. You can kind of have it more on your own terms, in a way, that experience. And so as I was approaching the wall, and this is after a night of dancing and MDMA, and the MDMAs sort of were coming down from it, but there was 2 ultra-Orthodox guys. It looked like, in their late teens, early 20s, something like that. And they were super drunk. And of course, that's what you're supposed to do on Purim. You're supposed to drink till you can't tell the difference between good and evil. And so they were certainly at this drunk place. And they were loud and boisterous as they were approaching the Western Wall. And I could see what they were trying to do with the alcohol to get out of their normal way of thinking, to get into this more spiritual approach. But it felt very crude and rough and, distant. And I just sort of said a prayer for the drugs that I had available. That thank God in this modern day we have MDMA and we have other psychedelics that I thought gave me a bit of, it's not so good to talk about comparisons, and I have no really idea what their inner experience was. but I felt that it really did. This MDMA experience created me a real openness for approaching, the holiest spot in Judaism and being there. I should also mention Rabbi Zalman Schachter, who started the Jewish Renewal Movement, who worked with Shlomo Carlebach, came from a Hasidic tradition. He did LSD actually with Tim Leary and has written about it. And I got to know Zalman fairly well. I see Jade smiling. And I'm proud to say I was the first one to give Zalman MDMA. And he later incorporated it into his training of rabbis. Sometimes they would do like a graduation with MDMA. And he permitted me one time to, when, he later taught it in Europa, but he also had a shul in Philadelphia. And so I went there to his shul in Philadelphia and took MDMA on Yom Kippur. So you may know of the Good Friday experiment, where in 1962, this is the famous experiment that Walter Pankey did. Timothy Leary was his faculty sponsor. Ram Dass was there when he was still Richard Alpert. Ralph Metzner, Houston Smith, Walter Houston Clark, all sorts of people were there. And this was an effort to see whether psilocybin could produce mystical experiences in religiously inclined people in a religious setting. The minister was Howard Thurman, incredible African-American minister, who actually had studied with Gandhi and was Martin Luther King's mentor and helped introduce nonviolence into the American civil rights movement. So this was an effort that's successful to scientifically show whether psychedelics could produce spiritual experiences. So I figured, okay, I can take MDMA and shul with Zalman on Yom Kippur. And I see what Deb just wrote about the Rebbe. He taught me when I was a teenager in Philly. That's great. That is really great. Yeah, he was an inspiring man. And so it was a wonderful experience. I felt really that MDMA was ideal for atonement, for, thinking about things that you're, wish you had done better, to self-reflection. I did have one bit of a moment of guilt because, you're not supposed to eat or drink anything on Yom Kippur. And here it was, I had swallowed a pill. But that didn't really bother me. What I was concerned about is that MDMA takes away your appetite. So this whole thing about, fasting and it's supposed to be difficult. Well, I wasn't hungry at all. So, but I figured, okay, the hunger is supposed to get you into kind of the right mood. And since the MDMA got me in the right mood, I felt like, okay, I could forgive myself for that little transgression of Yom Kippur. I've also, wanted to share that the most spiritual experience of my life ever, in terms of kind of this mystical connection, wasn't connected exactly to Judaism, but it was connected to MDMA. And it was, camping out overnight by myself on the beach at Big Sur and just feeling like such an enormous universe and how I could just, the ocean was roaring and infinite. It seemed like the stars above were just incredible. And I just marveled that somehow I didn't just fly away. Everything's in motion. And so, well, why am I even here? And then I had this sense that that it was gravity that was holding me there. And that gravity was this force of love. And I had this sense of being cradled in the arms of gravity. And it was as palpable as being in the arms of a lover. It was just so deep and profound. And I had been thinking about Brother David Steindl-Rast, who is another mystic. And I was wondering, why would somebody want to be celibate? Why would you choose a celibate life? And I see, Eileen is talking about Reb Zalman's grave yesterday. Amazing. Wow. Yeah, so I was just thinking, being cradled in the arms of gravity, and gravity was this force of love, and it was woven into the universe. And I felt that there was this sense of love throughout everything. It was just so profound for me. And I never felt quite as lonely after that. And that was back in 1985. 30 years later, in 2015, I was in Madison, Wisconsin at USONA, and there was a conference, psychedelic conference, and Brother David was there. And I sat down next to him and we had a conversation. And I said, I want to explain, here was this spiritual moment, and he was involved because I was thinking about him and celibacy. And I realized that the celibacy thing is, if you don't attach to individuals, you might get this sort of connection. The goal is to get this connection to universal love, the love behind everything. And so I felt, in a way, since I'd figured that out, then I didn't have to be celibate. But that was but I was asking to Brother David, what he thought about this experience. So it took 30 years for me to ask him this question. And then he was quiet for a moment. And then he looked at me and he said, I think about gravity every day. It was really a major reaffirmation. So I think that's the time for my storytelling. And now, if we can have a discussions about any kind of questions, if you want, we can talk about more about what we're trying to do in Israel, or just about MDMA, or any kind of psychedelic anything. So thanks for having me, and I'm really glad to be helping start this 24 hours of everything Jewish related to psychedelics. And even in 24 hours, I don't think you'll be able to cover it all. And I do hope, maybe I'll say one last thing, which is that I think what we see is the rise of fundamentalism all over the world. And I think a lot of the problems come from people who are trying to create this fundamentalist perspective that's being constantly challenged by the world. It's hard to say that there's one right religion, or that you're the chosen people and nobody else is chosen, or that you're going to hell or you're going to heaven and everybody else is going to hell. Or it's just real. So fundamentalism is being challenged all over the world in all the different religions, and a lot of people are sort of doubling down on fundamentalism, and I see that as pernicious. Even the ultra-Orthodox in Israel, who's are harassing the Palestinians in the West Bank and killing them and trying to take their land. That there's that it's dangerous, and I'm hopeful that that these people who are filled, I believe, with doubts, that and holding on to things literally, that psychedelics could potentially help them to have a deeper spirituality and to let go of some of the literalisms and to become a bit more ecumenical and to appreciate the cultural context that different ones of us have. So that's my hope over time, that we will be able to address the ultra-Orthodox fundamentalism in Israel, to spiritualize them. It is true, the largest Jewish demographic reproducing are the most fundamental. And I think the big irony, and we should not overlook this, is that the Hasidic community was created, Baal Shem Tov and all, because there was this sense that the Jewish religion was becoming too dry. It was the people of the book. It was all about scholarship. It was all about cognition. It was all about intellectualism. And so the Hasidic movement was created to bring more joy, to bring more dance, to bring more song, to bring more direct experience into Judaism. And yet, after several hundreds of years, they've now become extraordinarily exactly what they were fighting against. Extremely literal. Even their clothing is, from centuries ago, and it's not even from the Bible, but it's just they're stuck in the past. So it's a sobering lesson about how Reform communities over time can become the orthodoxies. And so I think I'd say the most important question as Jewish people, as far as the Jewish community, is how do we spiritualize the ultra-Orthodox in a way that's more ecumenical and experiential and less literal and fundamentalist, and less filled with 413 rules that you have to follow, all the things in the Bible. I think it's 413 commandments. So it's I think it's our challenge to those of us. Was that right? 413? No.
613.
How many are there in the Bible?
613.
613. Okay.
613. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so I got the 13 part right. Yeah, so 613, 200 more rules than I thought. So anyway, that's my opening perspective. And thank you for correcting me. There was even more rules than okay, I see, Eddie, just to say, as a Jewish Israeli therapist who lives in Florida, I'd like to help by learning to coach people with PTSD with MD. Can I do it through MAPS? Right now, the MAPS Public Benefit Corp is shutting down all the trainings in the US until FDA approval, which we hope is going to happen around July of 2024. And they're concentrating on training more supervisors so that we can scale access once FDA says yes. But you can read the treatment manual that's on the MAPS website. So if you go to maps.org and type in treatment manual, that describes our therapeutic approach in quite detail, for the research. I think it's, can be quite interesting. There's also a tremendous video called Trip of Compassion on Vimeo. And Trip of Compassion is about 3 of our Israeli patients. It's the most patient-centered documentary ever made about the actual process of MDMA-assisted therapy for people.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that movie.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I encourage you to think about that. And okay, you've already seen it. MAPS is organizing trainings around the world. As I just said, just came back from Iceland, just came back from Sarajevo. We hope to have one in Lebanon. But
nothing in America at the moment.
Nothing in America at the moment, no. And we are talking about one in Canada that but I'm not sure when that will be. If it
Okay.
may, but so yeah, it's frustrating. But I think that there is a lot of need for therapists in Israel, and so if you wanted to take a break, and go to Israel, there's therapists that are working with. There's so many traumatized people in Israel right now.
Yeah, I know. I can't at the moment, unfortunately, but that was my purpose, though. Getting the training, and then going, whatever second, third phase when it's probably needed to do that.
Yeah, there will be more trainings in Israel. Like I said, we were about to do this one for Israeli and Palestinian therapists that was postponed. Yeah, there's a great need. So if you want to learn more about what's up there, Karen, Keren, you could write email to Karen, Keren, at maps-israel.
Okay.
Let's just, at maps-israel.org.
.org.
She could say maybe there's some ways to participate on video with Israeli patients or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you're interested in learning that.
Sure.
And then I'll just look at Ben's. I'm not sure we can do justice to the Hasidic community without grappling with the generational trauma in the community, especially Holocaust trauma. Yes, for sure. Yeah. At least my understanding of Ben Gurion, when the state of Israel was created in 1948, and you guys can tell me if this seems right historically, but what I was taught was that at that time, there weren't that many. There were several thousands of ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel, Palestine at the time. Most had been wiped out by Hitler. And I think Ben Gurion and others thought that they wanted to preserve them, this culture, and they would then give them subsidies to study the Bible, and the Torah, and they would be immune from military service. But I think they thought that this would be like a remnant from a dying, dead culture as they were trying to build a new culture in Israel. And I don't think they ever anticipated that the ultra Orthodox would grow to such great extent to be such a pivotal swing community in terms of voting in Israel, and that they would be so conservative. And so, in many ways, they had this idea of, God gave us all this land, but their kids didn't have to fight in the wars. So I think a lot of times they were operating from trauma for sure. And that's where I think MDMA and other therapeutic techniques can help them. So Eliza, how do you see your role as Jewish psychedelic therapist as being unique right now? Well, I think we have a unique opportunity to try to help in both Israeli and Arab areas. And I'll mention right now Jim Gordon. So Jim Gordon is Jewish. He's in his late 70s, 80s. He's a psychiatrist, and he started the Center for Mind-Body Medicine. And it's in Washington, D.C. And before this recent October 7th massacre, he was one of the few Jews that were let into Gaza. And the Center for Mind-Body Medicine teaches mindfulness-based stress reduction techniques, and then it trains local healers to train others so that it's got a kind of way to replicate and spread throughout the population. And they've got 50 or 60,000 people in Gaza have been through their trainings. And so I think the fact that he was Jewish and was willing to work not just in Gaza, but also in Israel with the young kids where they were always under the missile attacks. So I think the great tragedy of Israel, I would say, is that the Israeli Arabs were never treated quite the same as the Israeli Jews. And so the opportunity to try to build an example of coexistence was something that was squandered in different ways. I know it would have been hard, and I know there was trauma on both sides, but I think it was squandered. And so I think as Jewish therapists, to the extent that we can work on this, both with Israelis and Palestinians, I think that would be really, really helpful, because now we've just got millions of people traumatized even more on both sides. And out of that, hopefully something positive can come from that. So I think that's our special responsibility, in a way, an opportunity to work with all sides. And I see how psychedelics from Tamara informed your ideas about good and evil. That's an interesting question. Well, let me just give a quote now by Carl Jung. And this was just one of the most profound quotes that has caused me a lot of thinking, and then because it does relate to this question of good and evil. I'm looking for the quote. Here we go. I found it. Okay. So here's this quote. Let's see. Opening. Okay. This is from 1959. And this is shortly before he died in 62. So this is after World War II. We need more psychology. We need more understanding of human nature, because the only real danger that exists is man himself. He is the great danger, and we are pitifully unaware of it. We know nothing of man, far too little. And here's the part. His psyche should be studied, because we are the origin of all coming evil. So natural disasters are not evil. they're bad. You know, death itself is not evil. It's a part of the system of life. But we can be evil. We are the origin of all coming evil. Now, what he also said in a more hopeful way, the best political, social, and spiritual work we can do is to withdraw the projection of our shadow onto others. And for me, that was exemplified by a DMT trip that I had, where I felt I was connected to everything, and everything was connected to me, and I was part of this big historical evolutionary process, and it was all beautiful and grand. And then I had the thought, well, if I'm part of everything and everything part of me, then Hitler is part of me. I have to acknowledge it's not just the evil out there. And that was very shattering. But I think when we talk about the multi-generational trauma that people are experiencing, you know, the ultra-Orthodox or even the Palestinians, that these kind of multi-generational traumas are the filters through which people project onto others their shadows. And sometimes they're more or less, you know, accurate about the evil out there, but it's also in here as well. So I guess my ideas about good and evil are more that, you know, there's a choice. I think we always have these choices. That's one of the other big things from my 5-MeO DMT experience. The first one that I had. I've had one since, but that was just this very clear sense that at any moment, you know, we're connected with the creative powers of the universe, and that we could go in a new way. There is this freedom to choose. You know, most things are on cruise control, but we have freedom to choose, and so I think these choices can be limiting and from a difficult place, and those can be quote evil. But I would think that there's some inherent, not indifference, but love connected into the universe, and there's something good about that. And yet, when we see people in their more limited ways, then, you know, both their specifics but not their universality, that's when I'd say we do violence to who they actually are. Now, this idea of how do you deal with anti-Semitism, especially very insidious anti-Semitism, sort of comes with liberal hippie culture or the dominance of Christian imagery. Where do you see Jews doing holy work in the psychedelic space as far as their religious work? Well, I've really encountered a lot of sort of anti-drug prejudice, but I will say that I haven't, at least personally, I know that it's out there, but I haven't actually encountered in a direct way a lot of anti-Semitism. You know, I felt like I was the token left-wing hippie counterculture person at the Kennedy School, so that was kind of to my advantage. But I think again that people ask, why is there a lot of people who are Jewish in the drug policy reform movement? And many of the leaders are Jewish in a lot of different ways, and so I think the answer for me for that is that Jews are acutely sensitive to the stereotyping and this projection of our evil onto others, the projection of our shadow. And when you can do it onto drugs became all the big evil. The target shifts. It's the same thing. It's like you're projecting outward, and whether it's the target is drugs or then against migrants and refugees, and you know, it's just, it'll inevitably end up coming back to Jews at some point. So I think the scapegoating process is something that we're just used to, and that's why we need it. So I'd say, fortunately for me, this liberal hippie culture, I would say, doesn't have a lot. There's sometimes where there's not a lot of historical understanding of the roots of trauma. You know, so I've seen even my own kids are like, you know, Israel's the big villain here. And it's very difficult to address that. And I think there's a lot of that with young people. You know, on the other hand, the Israeli government is horrible, and you know, they are filled with right-wing people who have endorsed the murder of Palestinians. So, I've long felt like I've been a rebel in the U.S. so that the U.S. government doesn't represent me. The same way that I don't think the Israeli government represents everybody in Israel. And it's certainly a very divided. But if you look at the government from the outside and you think, oh, that's reflective of everybody in Israel, and they're super racist, and then you can understand why there's a lot of young people that are anti-Israel. But where I grew up, actually, in Winnetka, outside of Chicago, there was the story that my parents told is that the land that we were on, there was a Jewish guy that wanted to buy this land from this person to build his house. And this is now 1965. And the person wouldn't sell to him because he was Jewish. And so this guy sued, and he won the lawsuit, and there was 4 lots there. So he bought one, he bought all 4, and then he sold the other 3 to other Jewish families. And so that's how we ended up in Winnetka, at a place where the land was supposed to be not sold to Jews. So, I grew up with stories of the Holocaust. I grew up with this story about how, we had to, sort of by lawsuit only managed to get to where we were, but that I kind of had relegated anti-Semitism to the past. And, now see it's coming up again. I think this idea, do you think the power of joy and hope does more than negativity or anger to change the universe? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I see David's touched with an American Israeli therapist scholar who has a focus on international trauma. Yeah, I'm interested in this American Israeli therapist and scholar. I don't know if this is Rachel Yehuda, but we work with her at the Bronx VA, and she's done studies on the epigenetics of multi-generational trauma. And she's done studies with Holocaust survivors and their children, and identified markers on the genes that turn on sort of anxiety genes. Whether they carry specific memories is, another question about how complex our brains are. We don't know that, but Rachel Yehuda is doing terrific on multi-generational trauma. And actually the work that we're doing at the Bronx VA and other VAs have epigenetic markers that we're looking to see if they're changed actually before and after. This idea of the extrajudicial killings and the drug war in the Philippines is really interesting. I'll just mention that I was in Oslo for the Freedom Forum by the Human Rights Foundation a couple of years ago. And while I was there was a fellow, Francisco Toomey, who was the representative to the International Narcotic Control Board, which is a group of people, I think around 13 or so people, appointed by the nations of the world that monitor compliance with the international drug control treaties. And Francisco is the representative from the country of Colombia to this International Narcotic Control Board. But the reason that he was there at the Human Rights Foundation annual conference there, the Freedom Forum, was precisely because of the extrajudicial killings in the Philippines. And he saw how the drug war was used as a cover for, massive human rights violations. Okay, Yael Daniele. Okay, I don't really know her. It's interesting. And maybe I'd be interested in talking, because one of our big things is trying to bring MDMA therapy to Ukraine. And to say that Ukraine is and Armenia are stuck with terrible laws from Russia when they were controlled by Russia. And so you cannot do research with Schedule I drugs in Ukraine. They have to be made into a medicine somewhere else. So we cannot currently do research with MDMA to help Ukrainians. That's why we're thinking about Poland, of trying to do some work with Ukraine, because there's around 2 million Ukrainian refugees in Poland, many of them very traumatized as well. But Yael Daniele, I'll check into her. But David, if you can check to see if she has connections to the psychedelics community or what she's trying to do with Ukraine, that would, and maybe we could connect on that, because we did train a bunch of Ukrainian therapists, and And maybe I'll end on it, or not end, but just I see we've got a few more minutes. But I just want to say one of the beautiful things in the training in Sarajevo, where we were training Ukrainian therapists. They had to come 3 days by bus. They came directly from the war zone, these military psychologists and psychiatrists and therapists. And as I said, we had people from 10 different countries. It was taught by the Israelis. And there was just this one moment when this woman from Lebanon shared that in Lebanon, if you speak to an Israeli, it's like committing treason. And one of the main ways that we train therapists is by showing videotapes of therapy sessions. And some of these are really very emotionally moving and difficult. And often there would be people that would be crying. One of the Israelis was from the Israeli Ministry of Health, in charge of trauma for the Israeli Ministry of Health. And she was speaking about being in Ukraine and how what she learned with MDMA therapy made her a better therapist even without MDMA. But she was talking about a woman who'd lost both of her sons and how inconsolable she was. And instead of trying to stop it, she just kind of let her cry. And it was beautiful. And one of the Ukrainian therapists started crying, and he said he'd lost this idea that there were any good Russians because she had been a Russian immigrant to Israel. And then at one point, though, this young Lebanese woman started crying, and she got comforted by these Israelis, the Israelis who were helping run the program. And I'd say that was one of the most beautiful moments, that all these healers are focused together beyond country boundaries. So this question about from Gadi, it was a direct message. I'll just say, how have you stayed the course without losing hope, especially in these times of darkness and rising extremism? Well, I think it's because of lighting these little candles, trying to do something small, whatever we can do to help out. So this idea that it's not hope that everything will get better, because it may not. And so I've lost the hope, that this will all turn out great, that there'll be a great happy ending, and, humanity won't destroy itself. We very well could. And, we're doing a pretty good job of it, and we're accelerating it. If you look at the number of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and also the climate change and the denial that's going on, and the possibility that Trump could get elected in 2024 and kill American democracy, it's easy to get hopeless in a way, or to think the chances are small. So it's not that I hope everything's going to work out, but I have hope and trust and real knowledge that I can do something little to make things better, like this program we're trying to do in Israel, to train to do group therapy with people traumatized from the Hamas massacres. It's something positive. It's something that I can do, and that's what keeps me going. And the constant pressures from, how do you ever get tired, take a sabbatical? How do you get away from constant pressures? Well, the thing about constant pressures is that's how you make diamonds. It's heat and temperature and pressure that make diamonds. So I think you don't try to get away from the pressure, but you try to have it condense you into what's the most important, what's the most clear and beautiful thing that you can do with your time. And so that's how I relate to the pressure. No, I think we're right now about 2:00 for the next speaker to start. And
Yeah. I want to introduce Rachel here in a second. Rachel, take the mic in just a second here, but I want to thank you, Rick, and happy birthday. I didn't realize it was your birthday. So thank you so much. And you're always welcome to stick around for the next 24 hours. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. My daughter's here for Thanksgiving, so she has to show her that my family values. She wants to go see the Stamp Museum. I'm like, what? So we're actually right off now to a stamp museum.
That sounds really cool.
It sounds really boring, but maybe it'll be fun. But thank you. And I will try to check in at some time during the next.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So Rachel, just take it away. It's your hour. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far from wherever you're tuning into. And thank you so much for joining this wonderful event with other wonderful presenters. I'm super excited to listen to everyone else as well. Rick Doblin is going to be a tough act to follow, but I'm going to do my best. I'm Rachel Katz-Nelson, and I'm a psychedelic assisted therapist in Scottsdale, Arizona. My presentation today is called Mystical Emergence, Exploring Kabbalah and Psychedelics. I need to admit, I really don't know much about Kabbalah. I saw Leo post in the events group on Signal, and I felt called to participate because I want to explore Jewish mysticism further myself. And I also really want to be a part of the Jewish community again. I feel like I have strayed away from it for a very long time, and I really want to get back into it. I thought my presentation needed to be on Jewish mysticism, so I studied a little bit for this presentation. My presentation will be a mix of personal experience, what I have learned, and about psychedelics, because my passion lies in the integration process through the use of psychedelics. There's something so profoundly healing when someone truly integrates their psychedelic journeys into their everyday life. And it is my love to provide an unconditional, safe space for someone to process, heal, and integrate. My Jewish upbringing consisted of private Jewish school from preschool until 8th grade, Jewish day camp from preschool until 8th grade, and Jewish overnight camp from 4th grade until my junior year of high school. During my school years, we prayed Monday through Friday before lunch, and we did the birkat after we ate. I learned to read and write Hebrew and continued to grow up in a predominantly Jewish area in Chicago suburbs. However, there was only one time in my life where Kabbalah was brought up on a very basic level. And here's what I've learned thus far from my research. Please feel free to jump in or correct me if I'm wrong. Kabbalah, derived from the Hebrew word Kabbalah, meaning to receive, is a mystical and esoteric system of thought within Judaism. It emerged around the 12th century in Provence, France, and southern Spain. Initially, it was a secretive oral tradition passed down by Jewish scholars and mystics. Over time, it became a codified system of knowledge exploring the nature of God, creation, and the universe. Core principles of Kabbalah were teachings revolved around several core principles. These include the belief that the infinite and unknowable nature of God, a system of emanation through which God interacts in the world. And with this, Kabbalah delves into the hidden aspects of reality, aiming to unravel deeper spiritual truths and understanding the nature of existence. Its teachings often involve complex symbolism, numerology, and the exploration of cosmic realms beyond the world. Going back to one time I learned about Kabbalah was the summer going into my junior year of college. I had a full-time summer internship through the Jewish United Fund with Jewish Child and Family Services. This internship was truly life-changing because not only was I an intern case manager providing therapeutic support to teenagers, every Tuesday I was able to learn lessons pertaining to business, presentation, and other life skills needed to have a successful career. At the end of this internship, we had an overnight Shabbat intensive with our cohort of interns to celebrate our hard work and learn something new and fun. I remember on the Friday night after we prayed and had Shabbat dinner, Kabbalah was mentioned and stories were told. This night, my soul had such a connection to the stories and I yearned to learn more. Unfortunately, it did not happen. So through this presentation, I'm hoping to call in getting back on this path. So feel free to connect with me if you feel called. During my time at a private Jewish school, we needed to pray every morning. However, I never really felt connected to God. I always felt like there was something missing and something more out there. my time at camp, however, did connect me to God sometimes. On Friday, we would all get dressed up. The girls would get all pretty. We would do our hair and makeup, and we would then, go to the amphitheater that was outside. And it was always so beautiful with the entire camp. And we would pray, we would sing songs, we would have Shabbat dinner, we would, have the beer cot, and then we would have song session. And during these experiences, I felt very connected to God or universal consciousness, and knew that there was something else out there besides just the Jewish religion. And I always really wanted to dig deeper into it. However, I felt really burnt out with how much I needed to pray Monday through Friday, going to school, learning how to read and write Hebrew, and really just not learning how to truly connect to Judaism or connect to God and see what else was out there. It was very linear in thought process, never about Jewish mysticism or anything like that. And again, like, these experiences were so beautiful, and I really unfortunately got away from that. So during the pandemic, and fast forwarding years later, the pandemic hit in March 2020. And that's when my world really turned upside down. And I started using psilocybin to heal and process a lot of trauma I had experienced through my life. It wasn't until 2020 that I started to form my own connection to God and other universal consciousness. In 2020, I wanted to become a medicine woman or a shamanic practitioner. However, I didn't know how to go that route. And somehow my program to become a psychedelic assisted therapist eventually fell onto my lap, and it was like divine timing to really step into who I was as a person. And through this, I learned the basics about psychedelics at the time. And to give a little bit of context about psychedelics, they encompass a diverse range of substances known for their ability to induce altered states of consciousness. They have been used for millennia in various cultural and spiritual contexts worldwide. Psychedelics have a very rich history in various cultures. They often employed in shamanic rituals, religious ceremonies, or healing practices. Substances like ayahuasca in South America or psilocybin mushrooms in indigenous cultures have been revered for their potential to facilitate spiritual experiences. And then going into contemporary research and therapeutic application, in recent years, there's been more of a resurgence and an interest in psychedelics for therapeutic purposes. And scientific studies have shown promising results in treating conditions such as depression, PTSD, and anxiety. This resurgence has led to ongoing research exploring their potential in mental health treatment within a controlled, supportive clinical setting. And this is what I do with my clients. I really guide them. I use ketamine since that is one of the only substances available in the state of Arizona. So I provide ketamine-assisted psychotherapy and really just guiding the clients and holding space for their inner healer intelligence to come out to really help them and facilitate change. That is something that I am so passionate about, because when someone can have such a huge, profound psychedelic experience, they may not know how to integrate that. And that's where my passion really lies, of being able to get back to basics, being able to come back to your breath, eating healthy, really exploring all the things that you possibly can in order to come back to self and to connect to whatever, may be out there to explore. And then how Kabbalah and psychedelics, come together, the unity and connectedness of that. Both Kabbalah and psychedelic experiences often emphasize the concept of unity and interconnectedness. In Kabbalistic teachings, there's a belief in a unified cosmic structure where everything is interconnected and part of a greater whole. Similarly, psychedelics are known to induce experiences and unity and interconnectedness, where individuals often report a profound sense of oneness with the universe, nature, or other beings. The shared theme highlights the fundamental, connectedness of nature of all existence. And I feel most recently, on a personal level, I had a heroic dose recently where I used 6.5 grams of psilocybin with a shamanic practitioner, and went through the integration process. And through this experience an ego death, of an ego dissolution, and the interconnectedness of the entire world, and really truly feeling the universe and the love and what could be out there. And through, connecting with, really getting connected with Leo and being able to present, it's been such a really great experience. And it's been an open new journey to become where I'm coming right now. So I'm super excited for this opportunity, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone today, because it's been really heavy in my space lately and continues to be. In both Kabbalah and psychedelic experience involve altered states of consciousness. The practices such as meditation, contemplation, mystical rituals, they all aim to induce altered states of consciousness to higher realms of understanding and connection with the divine. Psychedelics, through their neurochemical action, also induce altered states that often lead to profound experiences characterized by heightened perception, expanded awareness, and a sense of transcending ordinary reality. These altered states can serve as a gateway to deeper spiritual insights. Growing up Jewish and going into a Jewish day school, an overnight camp, and a day camp, I never was able to experience any of these deep spiritual insights. It was really all about going and having, going to services at temple on the high holidays, getting bat mitzvah, learning Hebrew again, and learning the language. It was never about how can I form a relationship with God, and how can I better understand the world really around me and everything that God and the universe has to offer. And that really lacked in my education. And it also really burnt me out too, like I said earlier, in the sense of I didn't have a connection to God. Praying was a chore. Being a Jew was a chore. I grew up in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood in the Chicago suburbs, so I didn't have a lot of diversity. I just knew a lot about Judaism. I didn't learn about other religions. My school didn't even teach me about other religions, and it wasn't until college where I was able to have more of a diverse group of friends and really, get out there and see what other religions, what other people, what other cultures are out there. And from there, continuing on my healing journey has really brought a new sense of what is out there in the world and how can I better connect to myself and how can I better connect to other people, because we're all on this planet having a human experience and really just kind of being able to come back to ourselves. And it's all about how can I just be a better version of myself? And through that, how can I just hold space for someone else in a realm of altered states of consciousness? And how can I bring mysticism and love and connectedness into someone's ability to just heal themselves? And that kind of brings up back to the quest for a higher understanding and spiritual insights. In both teachings and psychedelic experiences, they share a common thread, seeking higher understanding and spiritual insight. And I think really when someone's having psychedelic experiences and they want to go ahead and they want to integrate the therapy that they're having in all of these experiences, it's really coming back to a higher understanding of themselves and of the trauma that they may or may not have experienced, all the experiences that they need to get through, and how you can better come back to your true nature. And I think a lot of that has to do with parts work as well. And it's always about like a quest for higher understanding and transformation, whether that be personal, on a spiritual enlightenment path, Individuals who undergo psychedelic experiences often report gaining profound insights, spiritual revelations, and a deeper understanding of themselves, existence, or the universe. And both the Kabbalah and psychedelics involve a quest for transcendent knowledge and insight beyond conventional understanding. Really getting into deeper understanding of oneself in the world and other people around. And then, Kabbalah and the resurgence of the interest in psychedelics in modern times, it offers a potential bridge between tradition and modernity. Kabbalistic teachings, deeply rooted in Jewish mysticism and ancient wisdom, they continue to resonate with individuals seeking spiritual depth in contemporary societies. The renewed interest in psychedelics, coupled with modern scientific inquiry, is bridging traditional wisdom with contemporary therapeutic applications. The convergence of these realms may offer a new avenue for exploring spirituality, consciousness, and holistic well-being. And I would really love to learn more on how to bring in more traditional wisdom on a more Jewish mysticism approach as well into the therapeutic modalities that I do offer my clients, but also to self, and learning how to connect with other people in the Jewish community, I think would be really important. So by exploring these shared themes, you can go ahead and recognize the parallels between the Kabbalistic teachings and psychedelic experiences, providing insights into the potential overlaps and synergies between these profound domains of human exploration and understanding. The direct historical evidence explicitly confirming the use of psychedelics within Kabbalistic practices is scarce. Some scholars and researchers have postulated connections between these teachings and altered states of consciousness induced by substances. Textual interpretation and historical accounts hint at the possibility that certain Kabbalists may have used psychoactive substances as tools to induce altered states of consciousness for mystical experiences. These speculations arise from cryptic references, symbols, and other descriptions found in Kabbalistic literature that resemble experiences induced by psychedelics. Throughout the history, there have been accounts of revered Kabbalistic figures who reportedly had profound mystical encounters. Stories and anecdotes often describe these figures experiencing altered states of consciousness, visions, or spiritual revelation that align with the subjective experiences induced by psychedelics. While these accounts may not explicitly mention the use of psychoactive substances, they suggest instances of extraordinary experiences that bear resemblance to psychedelic-induced states. So the integration of plant substances in spiritual rituals, they have been known for their psychoactive properties. They might have been integrated into spiritual rituals within mystical traditions, including Kabbalah. These substances, when ingested under specific ritualistic circumstances, were believed to facilitate deeper spiritual experiences. However, there was not really a lot of information explicitly speaking about the Kabbalah and other texts that I have found. I found a lot of different resources kind of tiptoeing around this category. And then in the realm of contemporary practices and exploration of how individuals integrate Kabbalistic teachings with the use of psychedelics offers a fascinating perspective on spiritual and therapeutic explorations. Today, some individuals engage in a synthesis of Kabbalistic teachings and the use of psychedelics as part of their spiritual or personal growth journeys. This often involves a thoughtful blend of ancient mystic wisdom with modern exploration of consciousness expansion. The resurgence in the interest of psychedelics has definitely had a shift in perception from mere recreational substances to tools for psychological healing and spiritual exploration. Modern spiritual seekers sometimes incorporate these substances into their practices. For this, for example, what kind of comes to mind is the presentation that I went to during the MAPS conference. It was about ayahuasca and the use of ayahuasca healing intergenerational trauma between Israel and Palestine. And that presentation has really stuck to me, and really it really wants me to explore deeper on that level, especially with everything going on in the world currently. And it also raised a lot of interest for me to come back to my Judaism and my spirituality and how I can connect to God. And that presentation continues to be such a profound, just a testament of how psychedelics can help heal someone, and how they can continue to foster knowledge and to better help integrate into the world and resolve conflict, not only within self, but within also communities as well. So in summary, our journey explored by the convergence of Kabbalistic teachings and psychedelic experiences, unveiling common themes of unity, altered consciousness, and spiritual insight. We examined historical hints, contemporary practices, and the profound implications of the philosophy. And then as I go ahead and conclude, I encourage each of us to embrace exploration, curiosity, and the pursuit of deeper understanding. The convergence of Kabbalah and psychedelics beckons us to engage in open-minded inquiry, acknowledging the rich tapestry of human spirituality. And then lastly, let us acknowledge the mysteries and boundless possibilities as this intersection. This union offers a realm of exploration that extends beyond conventional boundaries, inviting us to contemplate the nature of existence, divine connection, in the profound depths of consciousness. And I hope that our exploration continues to kindle the flame of curiosity and inspire us to seek deeper connections, embracing the mysteries that lie within the realms of Kabbalah and psychedelics. And I do really appreciate everyone embarking on this thought-provoking journey with me and allowing me the time to present what I have, learned thus far. And I'm excited to dive deeper into, everything that I have learned and I don't know yet. So I know that is a little short on time, but I would take questions or just open it up for conversation. And I'm just looking at the comments. I am not using Jewish thought to assist with integration. I think that is a really great concept that I could, learn about and try. I think because of my upbringing through Judaism, I haven't really added in the values with that. So I think that could be really great to do. My family is really supportive, actually. My mom is really supportive of me being a psychedelic assisted therapist. I don't know how my other family members view psychedelics. I feel like my father's side is definitely a little more traditional, especially when it comes to Judaism. So really just being a part of that community, whereas like my maternal grandmother and my mother are very supportive of me and the direction that I want to go. And they have always allowed me to come into my own and explore what I want to and be who I want to be and work hard. And I really appreciate that. Sorry, I'm just reading the questions. I think that's a really good question of how I would think about integrating a journey wherein one saw death in the last lifetime as having been in Auschwitz gas chamber. I I think integrating that would kind of come into a past life. So really bringing in more of like a mystical approach for this integration. So with that, what I would do is look at their past life, see what kind of trauma that they experienced, see if they can recollect anything else through their experience and not just passing away within Auschwitz, within the gas chamber. I think that would only be like the crux of the iceberg that we would need to dig into for that generational trauma. So really like diving into what was the life like? How can we integrate this? How can we process this previous past life trauma? And then what are some aspects within your current life that you're experiencing right now? And how can we also integrate that and process and allow for the release of that, and also allow space for that previous past life experience? I think that's a great question of what preparation would you recommend a client or a patient should undergo to get the most from a Kabbalistic session? I actually am not too sure. I didn't do a lot of research in that, but I think what would be really beneficial is kind of researching what you really believe in, for example, like in Judaism, and really like what are the traditional experiences? How can I dig deeper with you to find what you feel like you resonate on more of a mystical level with Judaism? Leo, I think that's a really great I think that's a really great question. I think I don't think that there's a concern or contradiction for worshiping idols. And I also feel like when you have a mystical experience in an altered state of consciousness, and then you integrate that, I think what could happen is it could heighten your closeness to God. And also, I think it could bring you closer to, Judaism as well. I know that when I had my heroic dose and I had that ego dissolution, I was able to actually kind of come back. And what ended up happening is it opened up the door for me to come back into the Jewish community just by allowing me to present today. And then a couple of my friends have also went ahead and given me opportunities to reach out to other Jewish communities within the Arizona setting as well, who are participating in combining Judaism and psychedelics and Kabbalah, and really allowing them to experience something else. Because I feel like when you grow up in a more traditional Jewish setting, I think it doesn't allow room for any mystical experiences. It's a very linear connection to God, and you're not allowed to veer from the path of what you're learning. At least that was my experience. I'm not sure what anyone else has experienced with that. And then Ari, I have never done an ayahuasca ceremony. Recently, ayahuasca has been calling to me in my space through research of ego dissolutions, through altered states of consciousness using psychedelics, and also being in contact with a shamanic practitioner with working with ayahuasca. So that is a medicine that I'm not too familiar with. I am very familiar with ketamine, MDMA, as well as psilocybin. But I have had the call recently to, learn more about ayahuasca and participate myself. And then also, Ari, no, I have not found any mentors in the Kabbalah space. If you do know of any, I would love to get in contact with them. I would really appreciate that because it's definitely something I'm being called to. And I feel like this is just activating it for me.
Rachel, hey, I'm Steve in the UK. I'm just oh, hang on, I'm very bright. Let me turn that. Let me do that. I'm just chipping in for Leo, just for a second, while she takes a quick break. I'm fascinated about a couple of things. Firstly, as a psychedelic therapist, what do most people come to you asking for, or looking for, or expecting? And the other thing is, before I found out anything about Kabbalah, I associated it with a kind of trend that Madonna was into about 10 years ago. And well, where did that come from? Because I just can't make any connections between what I read about back then and what I read about now.
Yeah, so what people come to me with when being a psychedelic assisted therapist, they come to me with big T, little t trauma. They may come to me with anxiety or depression, and they may not know where to go. So, for example, I had a client, they had very passive suicidal ideations. They did not want to be alive. They really felt like there was no hope. And their girlfriend found me through Psychology Today, and he was I continue to think about this client because of the profound work that he did. He went from having passive suicidal ideations to having thoughts of not wanting to be here continuously, not wanting to shower, not wanting to shave, not wanting to eat. He really just did not want to be here. He was going through the motions of life because he needed the money and he just needed to work. And he, through that, I really try to connect with my clients on a really deep level. I also give a lot of my clients tough love. That may not be the best therapeutic approach, but I do. And I'm always honest and I'm always myself when it comes to my clients. So finally, I was really tough on him. And I'm like, look, I can no longer work harder than you. You are almost done with your ketamine protocol. And you either need to continue to integrate, or you need to, we need to find another solution. So finally, he had a ketamine session where he felt resurrected with the ketamine, and he had like this celebration of being like reborn and being rebirthed. And through that, he finally understood all of the work that he needed to do in order to not have these suicidal ideations and to want to live and to find happiness and to continue to have a positive relationship with his girlfriend because he loved her so much. Another thing that I do work on with my clients is OCD tendencies or their traumas as well. I have a client that has done about 20 ayahuasca ceremonies, and they have not integrated any of the knowledge or experiences that they have. So what integration looks like is it uses a lot of parts work. For like example, I use internal family systems, as well as a psychospiritual modality of shadow work called voice dialogue. I have my clients do a lot of journaling, a lot of meditating, a lot of walking, a lot of just getting back to basics. Like, how can I help you on an executive functioning level? Just come back to really being on a basic trend for a good morning routine, a good evening routine, and what parts of you need to be seen, what parts of you need to be held, and what is your inner healer and your intuition or your higher self trying to tell you through these psychedelic experiences. And I do remember, Madonna being really into Kabbalah, and also just, having that be a trend. And I never really understood it. And this is really my first time kind of diving deeper into Jewish mysticism, and learning about it myself, again, through presenting to everyone today. So I think that I don't think it was necessarily a trend. I think that it was a way to make Judaism seem cool. And it was a short little stint of what has happened. I hope I answered your
Yeah,
question.
yeah, totally. Thank you. I seem to remember there was some kind of almost sort of Scientology-esque kind of paying to go up a level or
Mhm.
something like that as well. But hey, let's consign it to history. But it sounds like you've got a very wide range of people coming to you. And how do they respond to tough love? I've kind of always had tough love in therapy. So I've always kind of come to it from the you have to do this or you will have no friends and no job. But it's of course a lot of people don't, do they? And friends of mine who are therapists of varying kinds, that they in their weaker moments can get frustrated with some of the clients they see regularly who don't attempt any enactment, embodiment, or integration. And how do you deal with that yourself? And how many people do you get coming to you that are actually like that? Is it, am I barking up the wrong tree here?
Yeah.
Is it easy to change people? Because in my personal life, it's been famously difficult. And obviously I was doing that wrong. So please, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, of course. So for me, it's all about building a rapport with a client. If I feel like a client has more sensitivity than the other, I'm not going to provide that tough love. I always make sure that a rapport is built, that there's trust in me and my abilities to space hold before I give a little more tough love than what I feel like a other therapist would. I always approach a client the way that I would want to be treated in therapy, because I know some therapists just kind of allow you to talk and then they don't really allow you to like have these true changes. So by implementing the parts work, by implementing dialectical behavioral therapy through the integration process, I think that's where it's really important, because I never want to invalidate a client or their experiences, because all experiences are true, and all experiences are felt and they're lived, and emotions, thoughts, and feelings are all real for everyone, including myself. So I never get frustrated with a client, and I never allow myself to have any biases towards that client. Or if I feel like a biasy or countertransference would happen, I take a step back and I look at myself and I'm like, okay, what do I need to do in order to work on this for myself so I can provide more clear, loving, open channel for this client, and allow them to express themselves in that way. And I think that's where true change comes from, is providing that loving, open space, but then also coupling it with like hard truths and hard facts that changing is really hard, and it may or may not be easy, but like you're gonna get there, you're going to get through it.
And how about sort of sort of literacy? I don't mean being able to read and write in your native language. I mean, one of my close friends was packed off to his first therapy session recently, and the therapist, of course, asked him, where did he feel it in his body? And I'm heavily into embodiment, etc. now, but my friend said exactly what I said the first time I went to therapy, and the therapist said that to me, which was, "What are you talking about? Feeling it in my body? What are you on about?" And a lot of, I think, therapy is just so kind of from scratch. And is it like that for you as well? I mean, with something like psychedelic therapy, people turning up, maybe for all kinds of different reasons. How do you steadily educate people?
Sure. So when I ask a client where they feel it in their body, I couple somatic experiencing with a lot of like parts work. So where is this part in your body? How old is this part? Where do you feel it in your body? What color? What is it trying to tell you? Like, how can we then release that part? Is it by journaling and allowing the part to have a full page to speak and express itself? Is it by yelling in your car and screaming with music on? What can we do in order to allow this to feel released and to have the tension like be gone? So I do agree that I will ask clients like where you feel this in your body, because the book The Body Keeps the Score, right? It's about stored trauma within our bodies and how we can go ahead and integrate that and allow what we have stored released and also integrated. And I think that's what's really profound. And when it comes to the psychedelic space, what I am seeing is there's a lot of ketamine clinics popping up. And unfortunately, what's going on is these people are not having the appropriate therapy that needs to be coupled with psychedelics. So what ends up happening is they're just talking about their psychedelic experience, and the therapist is like, okay, great, I'm really glad you've got that knowledge. But what's ending up happening is they're not helping their client really integrate or understand. Like, for example, maybe I see a dragon, during my psychedelic experience. Okay, well, what does the dragon mean to you? Is that dragon you? Is that dragon scary? Does that dragon make you feel happy? What is the symbolism? What colors? Where do you feel it in your body? What kind of past events have representation with that dragon? And maybe that dragon is something that they need to conquer. So then like the next session, what we'll do is we'll set intentions and we'll try to conquer that dragon in process ways in order to have that dragon either, vanish or come to where it needs to be. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I was just fishing for the mute button.
And then I see a question here of in therapy, are there clear intentions and outcomes talked about, including the research information presented? Yes. I always make sure that my clients and I have clear set therapeutic goals. We always go into the session having intentions, but then we also allow for the medicine to allow whatever to come up, because even though ketamine or MDMA and even psilocybin, you may have an intention, but the medicine may have something completely different for you. And I also go over research information of ketamine, may or may not work for you, because there are people that are non-respondents to ketamine. And what ends up happening is they feel then let down. So I really do try to provide very research-based information for my clients, so that they know that this is not a magic pill and you really have to do the work, and it's very psycholytical in nature. And then we're always talking about preparation, we're always talking about intention setting, and we always come back to the therapeutic goals that they set for themselves, because I never want them to feel like they're not being supported in reaching their goals for themselves. And I apologize if you hear my dog snoring in the background.
So Rachel, do you mind if people just jump in?
Yeah, of course.
What feels important for you as far as like standing up? Like, I feel like I hit a lot of rigidity and like resistance when I go into communities that I think care about anti-racism work, and I think care about like looking deeper at drug policy and seeing how it really favors like white people going off to ayahuasca, shamans, and people of color who might benefit, or other traumatized groups might benefit, Jews might benefit. Like, just feeling like there's a lot of resistance to talking about alternative ways of healing, and seeing that as almost like a form of idolatry. And I just get really angry, and I don't find that I'm very successful, because like my nice Jewish friends that go to synagogue regularly, they're not that interested in what I have to say. And I feel like I'm being a bully, or I feel like I'm being aggressive, but I'm angry because I don't want this identification with with hurting to continue. I want an identification with healing to be resurrected or something. And it bothers me. And yet I know that we can't force other people to heal. And I just feel like there's like this whole question about proselytizing, that historically within Judaism, it grew because proselytizing existed, and it existed within Judaism. And then it kind of, in my studies of history, seemed to die out because of, Roman influence and other things. But as we see a more conservative demographic, like Orthodox Jews reproducing at such a high rate, you're going to then see a more conservative Jewish population that I just think sometimes we need to think about proselytizing in the psychedelic community. Like, what does that look like or feel like? Like, is it always bad? I don't know that it's always bad, because I think sometimes it's just about educating people about other ways of healing. And you're taking your risks every time you take a pharmaceutical med. And it's just like education, like, oh, by the way, there's other forms of healing, like aspirin comes from a natural source. Like, substances come from natural and unnatural sources, and we use them for our healing and our betterment. And it's just kind of like a simple fact. But yet I have to also reconcile myself with the fact that when I go into psychedelic states, I do feel like I am experiencing entities or spirits that are unique spirits from one another, almost like mini gods, if you will. And that can feel sacrilegious if I'm really honest with myself. And I'm not sure how I'm wrestling that out. I'm figuring it out as I go. I don't want to be sacrilegious, but I know that sometimes what we consider to be sacrilegious are things that were written in their time, influenced by politics of their time. And so I think a rational, learned person can use these medicines rationally and not overuse them, or like you mentioned, the person who used ayahuasca 30 times. And, I have a sibling like that just seems obsessed with checking out, and it feels incredibly unhealthy. And yet, she gets to call herself a Shaw woman, or, whatever. So anyway, I'm not sure what my point is exactly. Just wondering if you have any thoughts on all of that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack there, right? Like, I think people go into psychedelic experiencing wanting this like magic pill to fix them. And then when they're there, like they're having these 30, 40, 50 ayahuasca experiences, or using mushrooms or other psychedelics, and they're not like getting to the root of the problem. So psychedelics, when I learned about them, or what I feel about them, in my personal opinion, is I think psychedelics are meant to be stopped, right? Like, they're just another therapeutic tool that we can have in order to process our trauma, our anxiety, or depression, or our OCD tendencies, or anything else in between, or just for personal growth or spiritual healing and emergence, or emergency. And what I'm finding is people just want to continue to up level, whereas how you up level and how you transcend and how you go on your path to enlightenment is doing the basics for yourself, is basic self-care, is basic self-love, is going and really truly understanding yourself from a basic nature, and getting back to that like childlike innocence. And I think on a personal level, I do agree with you. For example, for my heroic dose, I had a mariachi band of skeletons, like, celebrating me and welcoming me. And that is fair. That is not what I learned growing up being Jewish. And that is not what I read in the Torah. You don't see a mariachi band of skeletons celebrating you, or you don't see that learning. And then you see like other entities, and you see what's out there. And I really do feel like it really blasts your mind open to like what truly is out there. But what I also find interesting is when I had my heroic dose, I'm now being called back into the Jewish community community, but with other like-minded individuals who are interested in psychedelics and also kind of like demystifying the mystical, right? Of like being like, wow, okay, this can be true in this world, but it also can correlate to my religion as being Jewish. And that's where my stand is. And I would definitely agree with you, Leo, in that is there are not a lot of people who feel like the two can correlate, but I really do feel like they can coexist very nicely. And I really did see the interworkings of that, when I was at the MAPS conference and I was at the presentation for the Israelis and Palestinians, and using ayahuasca to help really get to the root cause of all this generational trauma that has been going on just deeper than, the past month and a half.
Have you noticed any anti-Semitism in the movement, in the psychedelic movement, that troubles you or bothers you?
I personally have not seen any anti-Semitism within the psychedelic community. I think because I'm in Scottsdale, Arizona, it's kind of like a little bubble. There's not many psychedelic practitioners. There's not a lot of room for me to get into that community. So I'm trying to either create a space where I feel like I can grow and I can meet connections, or, create and co-create through online platforms with like-minded individuals. I've experienced anti-Semitism personally through an internship that I did have, but within this realm I have not experienced any anti-Semitism. I would be curious if anyone has themselves, though.
Well, I'll speak to I pride myself on being kind of an Elon Musk character, where I'm really into the idea of not policing people and letting themselves work out like whatever horrible things they want to say to one another, because I just see humans as having warred since the dawn of time, and I just feel like there's a part of us that is very conflict adverse, and we're just like would rather solve it with bombs. And so I just kind of like to see where people get when they actually sit with like someone who just is filled with anger or ignorance, and like sometimes with conversation you can open yourself up to their perspective and they can open themselves up to your perspective. So I'm very like on the extreme of trying to encourage like free discourse. However, I went to an event at the beginning of COVID. Sorry, I have an animal that's playing with something. And there was someone that was really into the idea that we're in a simulation, right? And they were really into this idea that, and there are scientists that are commenting on this, that we may in fact be just like a test experiment on some shelf somewhere, and that's, I think, hard for people to kind of wrap their brains around. And this guy was going into kind of like a Holocaust denier mode with saying, who knows what history has told us. And the fact of the matter is, like, history books have been written to say spew all kinds of lies. So it's not within that realm. It's possible, right, that the Holocaust was not real. That doesn't feel real to me. And yet I felt myself in this position where I'm like, this kind of liberal, like, let's just accept everything, or let's just go into any possible reality mode, can be dangerous, because you can justify anything. You could say Hitler was like this great guy or something. So I struggle with kind of ideology, like how far do I want to take exploration of thought?
I think that's a really, I mean, I don't even know how to comment on that, right? Of being able to kind of say, if we are, on a shelf and this is a simulation, then there should really be no problem. And then once we get to that, we can, transcend and just say, screw it. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to live my life how I want, and I'm going to get what I want to get out of life. And what I think ends up happening is that doesn't happen because I feel like it doesn't happen because we have had so much programming in our childhood and other things that have happened that then leave us in adulthood feeling lost and feeling very disconnected from ourselves and really disconnected from our true nature, and childlike wonder, as I was saying a little earlier. And, just really having knowledge or saying that the Holocaust didn't happen. I think that is, it baffles my mind, and I don't even know really what to say or how to comment on that, because for me, it was ingrained every single year. We get into that line of history and we dig deeper and deeper, and that was ingrained in my bones through school on what we have gone through, on that level, and what happened on that level, and to make sure that it never happens again. And unfortunately, I feel like today there is now, I think it's like 1,200% more anti-Semitism than there ever was before. And for me, I know that it could be scary, and it could just, it can happen to anyone, and you can get hurt, or the past may be repeated with what's going on. And there's just a lot of differentiating news that's out there. And I also feel like now there's a divide within the Jewish community, and then there's a divide within the community that's in Israel as well. And it's kind of like, what's up, what's down, what's left, or what's right. And it's kind of like, what do you believe is true, and how do you get there? I do see that Deb commented, and they have experienced anti-Semitism in the psychedelic community. And I would be curious to know, if you would want to share about that. I know that there's 4 minutes left on my time slot, so.
Hi, and thank you so much, Rachel, and of course, Leo and everybody else who's here. I had to wander off for a little bit, but I'm back. About the anti-Semitism, I heard it directly. I heard it in the local group here in Baltimore. I've heard it in bigger groups.
Deb, we can't hear you. Can you raise your volume?
Excuse me?
Can you raise your volume? It's very hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Hold on a second. Oh, don't know that I can. Might not be able to. Just do. Maybe this is better. Maybe I'll just talk with my inside Jewish voice, which is extra loud, like the way my mother spoke to us. No, I'm just kidding. But I've heard it in my community here in Baltimore. I've heard it within the local psychedelic society. I've heard plenty of it. I've heard it, and the thing that makes me really kind of, I really wanted to participate in this in the way that it helped me with psychedelics, and I'm doing that tomorrow morning. So I hope you'll tune in 9 a.m. Pacific time. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. 6 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. East Coast time, but about letting go of suffering, letting go of normalized Jewish suffering. I've heard people say to me like, hey, you can handle it. Your people are really good at this kind of thing. Like, you guys got this. And, after all, you guys run this stuff. I've heard it said in a bunch of ways, and especially during, feel really sensitive to it following Covida, when we were really talking about racism. And I'm not really sure along the way when it became okay for Jews to become a race again. I thought we kind of ditched that, and now we're back in that. Not really sure how that happened, but it's really woken me up, especially since October 7th, when all this has happened. And you're right. I it's like Rick said too, I thought we were done with anti-Semitism. I thought that was in the past. I grew up with all those stories too. And I thought we left that behind. I went into a really sad place following October 7th and noticing what was going on that I had never seen coming. So yeah, I think anti-Semitism is alive and well in the psychedelic community. I'm gonna go out so I can fix my mic.
Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that. And I just want to say thank you so much for everyone for, staying on and listening to me for the past hour. I really appreciate it. And Leo, thank you so much for this opportunity. And again, if anyone feels the call to connect, I would love that. And I hope everyone has a really great rest of their day and enjoys the rest of the event.
Yeah, Rachel, put your information in the chat, please, and feel free to paste like a little bio about yourself and like whatever. And you're welcome to rejoin us at any time in the 24 hours. Feel free to post the live stream and also post the link in Jewish communities and beyond, psychedelic communities, what have you, spiritual communities, yoga communities. And our next moderator is Dr. Silverstone. I want to say that correctly. I do have dyslexia. So, yeah, Silverstone, got it. And so we're appreciative of him joining us, and I believe he's joining us from Florida. So feel free to take the stage and help yourself to the mic.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, good morning. I know we're panning across the globe. I am coming from typically sunny Florida, but we're having a rained-in day. Just kind of borrowing off of the last conversation and dealing with anti-Semitism, and I think a reevaluation of who we are and where we are in the current modern time. I've always kind of had the understanding that anti-Semitism is a pot of water that is simmering in the back burner and only takes a couple of degrees for it to kind of boil over. It's unfortunately, at least in my experience, something that sits dormant and only requires a little bit of a heating up to kind of boil over. But I'm not here to talk about those things. I'm here to kind of bring in a little bit about my experience in the use of ketamine in the psychedelic space. And I think that I'm living in between two different worlds. The world of the allopathic community that has some level of, I guess, for lack of better terms, lack of appreciation for how well ketamine works. And I'm living, unfortunately, with a little bit of me trying to convince the plant-based psychedelic people that ketamine does in fact work and is not something that should be dismissed. Specifically in our time, where ketamine remains to be the only legal psychedelic that's afforded to us to be used without any threat or fear of legal repercussion. So there's a couple of different elements that I have, and I'll talk a little bit about the distrust of ketamine within the allopathic community and where that stems from, at least in my opinion. And then I'll discuss a little bit about why the plant-based psychedelic community seems to be dismissive of us and see how we can try to bridge that gap. And I find that ketamine seems to borrow best of both worlds, so to speak. And if I do apologize, I'm outside and it is raining. So if I'm not coming in clear, just let me know.
I can hear you just fine.
Perfect. So I'll start with some of the revelations that I've been witness to through the I guess venture of creating a ketamine clinic here in Florida and my uphill battle within the allopathic community. So it starts with something that's called a standard of care algorithm. The standard of care algorithm is something that really allows most physicians to follow a pathway of treatment. And the entire purpose of this pathway is really to create a standardized approach. Now, most people don't really understand the deep laying nature behind that, but it's twofold. One is because when you have a standard approach to treatment, it does reduce the risk of error and it allows for a higher yield of positive results. But number two, it also allows for a level of protection against something that's called malpractice. So within the medical community, there is absolutely no guarantee of outcome. It is impossible for any disease to be guaranteed to be successfully remedied. The only thing that could be guaranteed by any physician or any practitioner is that you're going to do the right thing leading up to the finality of the event. So poor outcome doesn't necessarily mean that the doctor or physician did anything wrong. Standard of care within the psychological world is very simple. After evaluation, you start with SSRIs. If SSRIs aren't working, you may add additional mood stabilizers. You may change the dosage of the SSRIs. You may eliminate the SSRIs and exchange them for newer generation medications, so forth and so on. But if ultimately at the end of the road, mixed with talk therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy, the patient ends up either committing suicide or hurting others, if the lawyers go through your notes and establish that you followed standard of care, there is no recourse to the outcome, even though it was negative. Now, if you go ahead and you insert at any point in time something that is an off-label use or experimental use, in spite of it having substantiated medical history, a lawyer can look at that and say, well, look at that. 6 months into the treatment, this psychologist or psychiatrist recommended ketamine for mood disorders. Now, we know that ketamine is an off-label use, the use of ketamine for treating of mood disorders is off-label use, in which case you've now theoretically deviated from standard of care. And now if there's poor outcome, the lawyer can certainly argue to the jury and suggest that had he followed or she followed standard of care, we would have had a different outcome. So there is a medical legal correspondence for a lot of the physicians within the psychological space not wanting to provide ketamine during the treatment, especially because the only ketamine, which is really not ketamine, it's esketamine, it's Spravato, the only FDA-approved psychedelic is intended only for treatment-resistant or drug-resistant depression. So if you don't extend, 2 to 3 years of treatment to the point of failure, you can't even consider esketamine, let alone regular ketamine. So we're struggling within the psychological allopathic community in terms of trying to get them to, at the very least, suggest to the patient to get ketamine, because at any point in time with poor outcome, you're dealing with a deviation of standard of care. I know this is extremely boring, but I think it's something that's very important for people to understand, that there is a secondary component of fear from in the physicians to trying anything a little bit out of the box, because at the end of the day, it's their license that you're asking them to essentially risk, right? You're talking about at least 15 years worth of education and commitment. On the other side, we have the psychedelic community that is very, very, bullish on plant-based, ayahuasca, psilocybin, ibogaine, so forth and so on. And because these medications are not because these psychedelics are not falling in the hands of a regulatory body, there is a little bit of a Wild West going on right now, where everybody and their mother who's visited Peru, is considering themselves a shaman. And now the community is kind of, and I'm not speaking in a derogatory way, but unfortunately we saw this with, marijuana, CBD specifically, where there is a little bit of a Wild West reaction, where people are now looking at this space as being the next potential green rush, right? They missed the market with weed, so now they're trying to capitalize and capture on the psychedelics. And because there's no regulatory bodies, you're starting to see church after church popping up who are, allowing for psilocybin and ayahuasca retreats. I, on a very, very personal level, firmly believe in all of the literature that has supported the safety and efficacy and use of ibogaine, psilocybin, ayahuasca. However, we're still living in a world where unfortunately those things remain illegal. And as such, we don't have a very, very good capacity of monitoring other than word of mouth who's providing the experience, and more importantly, who's actually providing the hallucinogen itself. MDMA is a scary one for me because of the obvious chemical makeup and components of it. So here we are, ketamine being mixed in the middle, being the only legal psychedelic that's available to us that has close to 20 years of substantiated literature supporting its safety and efficacy, being shunned between the psychedelic community because it's not plant-based, and being shunned by the allopathic community simply because it's not FDA approved. And we're trying to get the word out that at the present time and moment, this is probably one of the safer options that are available, and I feel is being underutilized by the large psychedelic community at large. So really, I'm here to kind of, at the very least, give you my perspective as to why we're struggling with having ketamine being a mainstream or a primary source of treatment for anybody who has, quote unquote, what to unpack and deal with anxiety, depression, PTSD, mood disorders, and chronic pain.
So Dr. Silverstone, you can open it up to conversation, or you can just ask people to take to ask questions, or you can have them post them in the chat, or just jump into the conversation with you, however you like it.
I'm fairly open, so whoever wants to jump in is welcome to jump in and have conversation with me. Ask any of the questions that they may have. I think it's important for people to hear each other's questions, so as we can borrow on information.
Hi, might I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this is Aaron Romano. I'm going to be presenting in a couple of hours. So my understanding with ketamine is more of a substance that will help people in acute situations. I know that emergency rooms have used it, and it has a great efficacy for people who have suicidal ideation. Sorry, in terms of long-term treatment, my understanding is that ketamine is really a substitute for the antidepressants that are being prescribed now. When you compare it to the use of the hallucinogens such as psilocybin, psilocybin, my understanding, gets to the root of the issues for the folks who are suffering and going through their trauma. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, so I'll try to reach on a couple of different points that you made. So there are a significant amount of studies that show the rapid onset of ketamine in relieving suicidal ideation with as few as 7 minutes post infusions. So definitively, there is a rapid effect of antidepressant quality to ketamine. But the way that I describe ketamine to most people is, you are correct in the assessment that it is not a true psychedelic hallucinogen. It is, in fact, a psychedelic dissociative, which does have components of delirium. People, without using the scientific terms, interchange delirium and hallucinations often, but you're not having any visual effects with ketamine. You're not having any, for lack of better terms, the imagination center isn't being triggered. So you're not seeing anything that isn't real. You may have a delirium effect, but that's not the same thing as hallucination when you're dealing with brain function. What you're having in terms of long-term effects versus short-term effects of ketamine is the chemical effects versus the therapeutic effects. In the chemical effects, yes, there's a rapid onset and a decrease of suicidal ideation within a few minutes with use of ketamine. In terms of therapeutic effects, we have a significant amount of studies that show that the cognitive center of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, is actually reignited and lit up in a very, very powerful fashion. So Ketamine treatments, anywhere from 3 to 6 sessions, mixed in combination with cognitive behavioral therapy, proves to be significantly long-term in terms of rewiring your brain and changing the perception and function of how you think. The illustration that I often use is one of two, and I'll try to bring both metaphors in and see which one better fits the understanding. The first one that I tell people is, imagine you are given a guitar, and with that guitar, you are taught a song, and you're told to replay this song every time you pick up the guitar. After a year, when you pick up a guitar, the only song you're going to know is the one that you've played every single day, right? So if you go into a guitar store, it doesn't matter whether you pick up a 6-string, 12-string, classical, electric, makes no difference. You pick up the guitar, you're going to play that song. That's what we call an emotional response to a trigger. So you have a trigger and you have an emotional response, simply because ingrained is that response to that trigger. If I then go ahead and say, all right, I'm going to teach you a second song, after years of only playing that one song, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to be in the habit of learning a second song. But if I give you the right environment and I give you a music teacher and I prep you, you're able to learn a second song. What ketamine does is it literally triggers the prefrontal cortex and allows for neuroplasticity, the appreciation of learning and creating a new habit towards that trigger. So when I give you ketamine, you are literally primed to be able to learn that second song. So when you pick up that guitar, you're not automatically going to go to that first song that you learned. You're going to have that choice. And if you go to that second song often enough, guess what? You have now changed the trigger response. So you're creating permanent changes. The second metaphor that I sometimes use is a railroad track, right? So you board a train that's heading to New York. I'm from Florida. So we say we're heading up north, but you really wish you were going out west to California. No matter what you do, no matter how much you appreciate the trigger, no matter how much you know that you don't want to be on that train heading to New York and you wish you were heading to California, those railroad tracks are very much laid out heading up north. So when you board that train, you're going straight up north. Ketamine allows, again, for that neuroplasticity. In physical terms, it creates a neural pathway for you to now head out west. So you have a second railroad track option. So when you board the train, you can literally just pull that lever and switch tracks and head out towards the west. You can't do that under normal circumstances. Ketamine is a cheat. You know, we see this a lot with breath work. We see this a lot with cold plunges. We see this a lot with other psychedelics. Ketamine gets you there in just a much, much different route. The bottom line is, when your prefrontal cortex is lit up post-treatment for 3 to 5 days, and you marry that with cognitive behavioral therapy, these are lifelong changes. These aren't temporary solutions. The immediate effects of antidepressants does help with suicidal ideation rapidly, but that's only the chemical effect. We're talking about the therapeutic effect can be long-term and lifelong. And of course, it doesn't resolve future problems, but it does give you a change of perspective, and it does rewire the way that you're thinking.
Thank you very much for that, for the explanation. So if I can follow up on that, the folks whom I've known who engage in ketamine therapy, these are people who are subjects of it. It seems as if they don't engage in separate cognitive therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy or talk therapy in conjunction with the ketamine therapy. What they're describing is going into the clinic or receiving the ketamine, doing the ketamine on their own, or going into the clinic, they get the IV drip, and then they're left alone in a room, and then they go home to their lives. And it's more of it sounded to me that it's more of a maintenance drug in lieu of the antidepressants that they were on before, as opposed to life-changing. And I don't know if you're describing a different modality that includes therapy in conjunction with the ketamine treatment, but it seems as if many practitioners are approaching ketamine not in this way that you're describing. Can you speak to that in terms of the clinics and your experience?
Yeah, so that is an excellent point, and your perception of what I was saying is exactly correct. There are, again, I'm really usually good with metaphors. So if I go ahead and I tell you that I'm going to give you a steroid, and I'm not talking about an anti-inflammatory, I'm talking about metabolic steroids for you to gain mass and muscle mass. And I tell you to, these steroids are going to bulk you up. You take the steroids and you go outside and you park outside of the gym, you're going to have the chemical reaction where you're going to get that steroid reaction. You're going to get roid rage. You're going to get the acne. You're going to get everything that you would expect from the steroid. But if you don't actually go inside the gym and start lifting the weights, you're not going to get the full benefit, and you're not going to merit the muscle mass gain that you were expecting or hoping for with steroids. Now, I do realize that steroid has a derogatory connotation, and I'm not trying to contribute that to ketamine. But what I am trying to suggest is, while ketamine does have a chemical induction of rapid onset antidepressant qualities, if you're not if you're not mixing it with talk therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy, you're literally leaving half of its benefit on the table. So the clinics that go ahead and do this type of treatment are relying only on portion of the result of ketamine, and they're not contributing the efforts that are needed by the patient. I can tell you from my perspective, I am absolutely not a mental health care provider. I don't suggest that I am, and I don't provide any mental health therapy during the sessions. I do remain present with the patient the entire time that we're creating the infusion, that we're delivering the infusion, and we create a very, very safe environment for that infusion to happen. Whether or not the patient follows up with their mental health care provider ultimately falls on them. With me, every time a patient comes in, I will suggest strongly that they have a session of therapy waiting for them either the day of or the day after therapy in order to get the most benefit out of ketamine. Sometimes patients come in with all of the tools that they need. They've been doing therapy for 20 years and they really have a level of self-awareness, in which case they may be able to get away without having that cognitive behavioral therapy session or talk therapy following the ketamine treatment. But for most people, I strongly recommend and encourage everybody to have that therapy session done. So much so that I will even coordinate with a lot of other therapists to be patched in 15 to 20 minutes post infusion through telehealth version on a big screen in my room, so they can go ahead and what we call reintegrate the patient post infusion. I do not believe in ketamine as a standalone treatment in order to gain the necessary results. I do believe that therapy inherently is necessary because, again, ketamine on the chemical sense is very, very, fast acting, but on the long term, you need to have tools and you need to know how to use those tools in order to engage. What ketamine does is it primes that prefrontal cortex to be able to easily mold and create new synaptic pathways in that buzzword term that we're using, neuroplasticity. So the other clinics that are kind of just pumping and dumping and letting people just use drugs, I hate speaking negative, but I don't see much of a difference between that and an opium den of the early 20s in England. So you get high and it feels great and you're doing really wonderful, and then you keep coming back, once or twice a week in order to get a little upper. I don't think that that's appropriate. I don't stand for long-term use of ketamine. It is still a chemical. It is still a drug. What we're hoping to do is to give you the ability to be able to rewire yourself and to change perspective.
Thanks again for that answer. So is there, for the therapists who are doing the integration sessions, is there any particularized training that they need, that you could suggest that they employ in conjunction with ketamine as opposed to just whatever therapy that they ordinarily engage in with their client?
To be very honest with you, I don't believe that there's much of a change or a difference that's needed. The recipient or the patient is just more apt to be able to have those changes permanent. It's really just the steroid of the brain. You don't need any bodybuilding, personal trainer to do anything different with the patient. They're just able to carry a heavier load, and they're able to do it, with building quicker muscle mass. I really genuinely don't believe that anybody who's trained in either PTSD or cognitive behavioral therapy requires any additional training in order to be able to allow patients. I just think that it makes their jobs a lot easier, and it makes the patient's job a lot easier.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my questions. Thanks.
No problem. I think I see Brian with his hand up, so you can just jump in, Brian.
Yeah, I was actually going to say basically everything that I'm sorry, I forget who was speaking, but the person who's speaking was just saying. But I'll sort of expand on that as well, and see what kind of commentary you might have. So my personal experience that I have also witnessed, and first of all, I love everything you're saying. So my ideas about ketamine are exactly in line with yours in the sense that it's not a standalone drug. The antidepressant properties that it have may be good for, suicidal ideation, but they're not long lasting. It's not a long lasting cure. However, what it does, like you have already said, is the increased period of neuroplasticity. And that when combined with psychotherapy, that is that's the effective goal. You see that similarly with psilocybin and other psychedelics. Just a comment that I wanted to make was that I've noticed, for example, I've gone to ketamine clinics, and there are no, if they don't recommend therapy. You see this similar trend in psychiatry. When you go to a psychiatrist, they give you a medication. They don't check that you're also engaged in psychotherapy. And my belief is, the ideas that or what you presented about ketamine also extends to psychiatry in general, in that psychiatry is an augmenting agent for the psychotherapeutic process. And so I think it's troubling. I think I would hypothesize that from what I've noticed, because I was very interested in the ketamine research during my undergraduate years before it became mainstream and clinics were opening. And at that point, it was already apparent to me that it has this potential to augment psychotherapy. When it became legalized and clinics began opening, I think we saw, I don't know if this is a good analogy, but similar to the cannabis industry in the sense that it was a business, a capitalist sort of movement. A lot of clinics popped up because they were making a lot of money. Most of the time, the 6 sessions that are necessary or recommended, for example, at IV clinics, are they're financially they're not financially viable, especially for the individuals that need it most. If you are suffering from treatment resistant depression or depression with suicidal ideation, which is what is on for, you're probably not in a very good financial situation, and so paying $4,000 to $5,000 for these 6 sessions, especially if they don't combine it with therapy, then it's not going to last. And then the clinics will tell you, well, you should come back 2 or 3 times a year. I mean, that kind of money is just not viable. So I believe that part of the problem that we're seeing now, and hopefully these are just, I guess, growing pains, because it's so brand new, and I don't think that there's not enough well, for the IV clinics, I mean, they go, off label outside of insurance. So there's not enough standardization in terms of ensuring that therapy is coupled with it. your response about the necessity or potential for training therapists specifically for integration. I do agree with you that it's not necessary for somebody to need any sort of special training because it's, you know, as long as the modality and the therapist has a good therapeutic alliance with the patient, just the act of doing it while in that, you know, enhanced plasticity state would be effective. But what we would need to do, not to train necessarily, but to bring it to the attention of therapists, that you know, and then have them coordinate with clinics so that that would be aligned. You know, I see that so I've noticed there are programs popping up for getting licensed to be a ketamine integration specialist, for example. You know, but I don't know how much that is employed. Probably more so in other states than mine. So I wanted to, and the metaphor you said about the steroids, I thought that was actually really great because that's a perfect example where, you know, if you take it, it's not the cure. You know, you have to then do the work. From my own experience, from my own experience, the how do I phrase this? It takes time because, okay, so I'm going to speak my personal experience, and this doesn't, you know, extend to everyone else. But my personal experience is that the amount of time that I'm in this state, which I can actually feel this elevated state, this enhanced ability to engage in psychotherapy, which then I will engage in behavioral activation. I'll engage in exposure therapies that I was not able to engage in prior. But the time window that I have for that is brief. And so, you know, I mean, it's I guess what I'm getting at, and this is just kind of me rambling my thoughts because I find what you said very interesting, and agree with everything you said also. But you know, my thoughts then are, you know, how do we determine how long, you know, how many sessions, or how fast can that rewiring occur? You know, and are there modalities of therapy that are more effective than others? I mean, not necessarily that one needs to be designed for ketamine, although I could see somebody doing such a thing. But of course, there's different modalities that work for different people, aside from CBT, you know, DBT, ACT, and, you know, mindfulness-based practices and so forth. Did somebody ask what clinic? So anyway, I'm sorry, I don't want to ramble on too much. I'm almost done. You know, I think that right now, the problems that we're seeing are, I think a lot of them are profit driven. Lack of standard practices implemented, lack of regulatory bodies which create and enforce these standard practices, meaning that, you know, an individual is coupled with psychotherapy. So, you know, while we don't see that now, I am optimistic that is because this is still a relatively new emergence, and I'm very hopeful that you know, what you described manifests soon. And my last comment was, do you have, okay, so this is my last comment, and this is also a question. Maybe you have some commentary on it. So I've pondered the notion of So, for example, there's a lot of research now going into what sort of music is played during psilocybin therapy. Like typical psilocybin therapy, John Hopkins style, with the blindfolds on the couch with music on. And they've designed a playlist specifically for it. And there's a lot of research now going into how the music impacts it, which you see in shamanic cultures, that with the way that they interact, the sounds that they do, and it's supposed to guide the internal experience. And so obviously none of that is, there's no final consensus on that, but it's being explored. So where I'm going with that is I've pondered whether or not during the ketamine experience, because when I've gone to clinics, they do the blindfold and headphones, and I choose my own music. And personally, I've experimented with listening to different. I'm a big fan of Alan Watts. I'm also a big fan of different psychologists. I know this is a little controversial one, but Jordan Peterson, I like some of the things he says. I think I connect with, but I ponder whether or not while in the state, if maybe not, like, I don't know, if there could be like design some sort of affirmations or something or another that may facilitate the experience directly in it.
Yeah. So I'm really short on time, believe it or not. I have only about 5 minutes left. And then I'm heading out to a meeting with some of the Israeli guys who are down here, who are working with the IDF, so forth and so on, and trying to get and conjure up some emergency ketamine sessions up there in Israel. So I only have a few minutes, but let me respond to just about everything that you say. I'll tell you how I do it in my clinic, and this really borrows on my philosophy, which is creating a space. We, oftentimes as human beings do a ton of projection whenever dealing with other people's problems in the psychological space. We tend to try to navigate people in certain directions based on our personal experiences. One of the hardest things that anybody can do is simply create a space that is void of any projection. So in my clinic, the way that I have it set up is your first session is a baseline, and it isn't a baseline for me, it's a baseline for you. I provide beautiful underwater scenery with brightly colored fish and classical music that accompanies it. Why? Some people like to keep their eyes open. Some people like to keep their eyes closed. Some people like classical music. Some people don't. I will dose you at 0.5 milligrams per kilogram, standard dosing in a 47-minute IV infusion pump, not drip, but meticulous. You will get the entire dosage of the medication within 47 minutes. I will tell you at exactly what time the big clownfish shows up on the screen at roughly 6.5 minutes, the ketamine is going to click and start working. And this happens to every single person. So we run a very, very tempo-based approach. Now, once you're done with that first experience, we're able to adjust exactly how you want to adjust. Not what music I think is good for you, not what music is being put out there, but literally what speaks to you. I will say, if you want, we can go ahead and go with blinders next session, and we could put noise cancellation so there is zero noise and you're devoid of any sensory. Or we can leave and stay status quo, increase the dosage, decrease the dosage. So it really is a matter of removing the pump and dump ideology of clinics where everybody gets a standard approach, and really knowing that everybody should be receiving an initial standard approach that requires adjustments. And the only way you're going to be able to get those adjustments is if a practitioner remains present with the recipient the entire time. Because believe it or not, there is a tempo that goes on. There is a feeling and a perception. Currently, I am running literally just a me practice with my assistants. So I'm involved with the therapy of every single person. My hardship is, as I continue to scale and grow my model, is to be able to train people who are apt and able to feel the room, read the room, and appreciate a connection with the patient. So there is no standard beyond what the patient's needs are. That is the standard. Believe it or not, I've treated a couple of veterans who loved their first session, but both of them actually, one right after the other, they were both Rangers in the same unit, fought the same war in Fallujah. They each asked for separate music altogether. One of them loved the idea of the fish because he loved scuba diving. The other person used blindfolds and wanted to remove himself from any sight. And they both experienced the same trauma. They were with each other together in Fallujah. They knew exactly what the other one felt, but they wanted to experience it entirely different. And then, so I do believe in a standard first approach, but every single person requires an additional lead to be able to shift and get the most out of the ketamine experience. That's not on the patient, that's on the practitioner. The practitioner must be able to adjust to the patient's need without projecting what he likes. I love the video, I love the music, yay for me. But if that person wants an absolutely dark, quiet room with not an ounce of sound and noise canceling headphones, then that's what the patient needs, and that was what the patient should get. As far as positive affirmations go, during my reintegration period, usually about 20 minutes following the infusion, I have proprietary affirmations for all sorts of different elements, from addictive behavior, addiction to to substance, confidence boosters, depression boosters, lack of sleep, trauma, just positive affirmations that just play on loop with quality music behind it to allow people to kind of transition out of the infusion and back into what we'd consider conscious conscious mind. So I do provide a lot of different tools, but ultimately the one message that I try to install and instill on anybody who's in the industry is learn to give space, learn to appreciate that every single person is going to experience a journey differently than everyone else. And quite frankly, and very honestly, when you're doing a series of 3 to 6 sessions, every single session will be different than the other one, because you're going to have resolution of certain items within each session, and you're going to be moving beyond those types of resolutions to the next one. So this is not a static approach. You have to be very, very dynamic and able to understand, appreciate, and communicate with each recipient in order to maximize the benefit of ketamine. Then, once that is maximized and we have that brain all wired and all heated up and lit up like a Christmas tree — I know it's the wrong room for me to use Christmas in — or like a Hanukkah menorah, you can then go ahead and send them over for talk therapy and all of the other modalities that exist in order to go ahead and allow for that perception change and rewiring, and again, neuroplasticity. I would really love to stick around, and I know I'm cutting out in 20 minutes shy, but I am happy to receive any personal questions. You can DM me, send me WhatsApp, send me email. Really, I'm pretty communicative and responsive. So if there's any other questions, I would love to respond to them. I just can't do it at this moment.
Dr.
Can you share your
Silverstone,
information with us?
yeah, can you leave your information in the chat, please?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And then I'm going to leave the video part and I'm going to submit it in, well, I'm going to do it right now in my chat. That's my website. And that's my personal email address. And this is my personal that is the best phone number to text me at. And if you're part of the WhatsApp group, you can just reach out to me in the WhatsApp group. All right. I appreciate everybody having some patience and letting me ramble.
Thank you.
A really good day.
Yeah, wonderful to have you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. All the best.
Okay, so we're going to open it up to some conversation before our next moderator at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Brian is going to hold space for us, Steve as well. So I'm just going to mute myself while I take the dogs out real quick.
All right. So I'm going to try to not ramble so that we can have some dialogue. I had initially wanted to do a topic on a specific topic, but was unable to due to life circumstances. But I would like to sort of outline it and see if anybody has any commentary as it relates to some of the previous speakers' content. So, what I wanted to discuss, I had just recently read the book by Eric Fromm, You Shall Be as Gods, with the subtitle A Radical Interpretation of the Old Testament. Eric Fromm is a psychologist from who was raised Orthodox. He's created a number of influential works in psychology. Escape from Freedom is a very popular book that he wrote, but in this book specifically, what he talks about is the mystical elements of Judaism. So that he goes through the history of Judaism, which is very, very complex because of the nature of oral traditions being passed down, and then commentary on the Torah and the Talmud. And what he proposes in this book, he actually proposes a term called non-theistic mysticism. So the way I wanted to tie this to psychedelics, and mysticism has been discussed, is that so what he proposes is that, well, for example, in the oral traditions, it was said that following the Torah is more important than the belief in God. And he makes some commentary on specific portions of the Torah. I forget the exact prophet, but there was a story where a prophet was asking, where the prophet was relaying to God that the people wanted to know what to call their God, and God refused. The people insisted, and he went back and asked, and God's response was, I am that I am, which translates into Hashem. And this is also part of the reason that in Orthodox traditions, God is G-D or Yus Hashem. The reason behind this, the mystical nature behind this, is that God is outside of intellectual grasping. This ties into other mystical traditions like Taoism, where they say distinction is the root of all suffering, and as soon as you try to put Tao into language, you've stepped below it. So being able to identify God is impossible by intellect, and can only be experienced through direct personal experience. And by anthropomorphizing God as a deity in the sense that it was, in his view, sort of like mythology, representation of God, the risk is idolatry. And that's a repeated situation throughout the Torah is this emphasis of the dangers of ideology. He extends to talk about how now, instead of God, we've made material possessions God, or different things of that sort. So what he proposes then is that the prophets throughout history, in different contexts, all had direct experiences. This was also studied by William James, in a psychological framework in terms of experiences of religious conversion. The experiences are often similar to brief episodes of psychosis. They also have similarities to psychedelic experiences. So I'm not when I say psychosis, I'm not referring to schizophrenia, but these experiences, out of body experiences, in Roland Griffith's terms, sort of this experience of oceanic boundlessness and, direct connection with the divine, which is what mysticism is at its base. And so in modern society, we lack traditions or pathways to to have these experiences, which are vital for religious connection, which is a evolutionarily built human drive. We have a drive. We have a drive to religion, and that doesn't necessarily mean a dogmatic religious sect. But as he said, anything can become a god. You can idolize your lover. You can idolize, your status, and so on and so forth. And we see that having a lack of traditions that allow us to have that mystical experience. I think that the lack of that is what is causing this increase in consumerism, an increase in these ideologies, as well as many other ideologies. So where I'm going with this is that having read all of that and thinking about this talk shortly after reading it, it occurred to me that if such a tradition or an avenue is not accessible in modern society, and this is what the psychedelic experience produces, and we're now doing research with psilocybin to validate these experiences and the impact that they have and the mystical element, which we're now quantifiably identifying, that this could be a modern pathway to mystical experiences, which would, I think, benefit society. Whenever there's a natural human drive that's not being fulfilled, there's going to be psychic tension, and there's going to, neurosis will develop from it. And we see that we are living in a society that is rife with neuroses. And so I see, basically, in conclusion, what I see is a great potential for psychedelics to provide an avenue for individuals to have this mystical experience, and that, as from discussed, this is necessary to have the impact that these experiences have, and that they cannot be simply taught by going to a rabbi or a priest, and that doesn't mean that they don't have value, but if it's missing the core element, then we are missing a primary psychic drive, and there will be psychic tension as a result. So yeah, I think that the mystical nature of psychedelics could have a great benefit in that regard, and I believe also that the mystical nature of the Jewish traditions and its mystical roots, which have sort of been weeded out as it became written and then commentary and so forth, and that this could be a great opportunity to reintegrate these practices which we've sort of lost. So that is what I have to say. I don't know if anybody has any comments. Thank you.
I'd like to comment.
Sure. Go ahead.
I think you're couching the concept of idolatry is important, and historically that particular concept has been, on the one hand, a deeply rooted aspect of a lot of different societies throughout history. And at the other hand, on the other extreme, it's been, a real problematic issue. And there is an interesting feature in, and you'll forgive me because I'm coming from a Judeo-Christian background, but don't necessarily like espouse those beliefs, but I've been kind of like steeped in that culture for, a good part of my life or whatever. And the idea of like not necessarily even a supreme being, but like a God that's big enough to like be okay. And at the same time, there's a lot of confusion around aspects of blasphemy, those kinds of things. There's a lot of kind of chatter in certain religious circles about the opportunity for psychedelics to be aspects of what Christians would typically call something like the deception. And I think this is an interesting juxtaposition against something like the concepts put out in like Genesis 2 regarding the plants and the nature of nature being available to us as a species for our edification. And again, on the one hand, that creates these problematic kind of like exploitation issues. But on the other hand, when talking with religious people about these kinds of things, it seems kind of it seems kind of a legitimate way to frame the conversation if they have that kind of sense about it. In another group, we're doing like a Philip K. Dick deep dive, and we were into his exegesis at one point, and he makes the comment about the psychedelics compounding epigenetic phenomena, and that this creates a false perception, and that like the quote unquote closer to reality you can get, the better. And on the other hand, the psychedelic experience, and you were speaking of ketamine earlier, which I caught just a little bit of, and then I jumped on the Zoom to try and catch the end of, because it's something that I've had a personal growth through that I'm so grateful for. And the notion that you can learn a lot about what your nervous system actually is, what perception actually consists of, how the process of perception actually creates this paradigm that could be summed up with like Plato's cave or whatever, that we're a set of senses that has a limited spectrum, a limited bandwidth, and to the extent that we're limited by the conditioning of the density at which we're existing, being able to kind of shake those ideas a little bit in a way that's pleasurable and proprioceptive, allows for that feedback loop to kind of continue to increase that neuroplasticity. I didn't see that last chat message. Did you happen to read it?
Was it directed towards me?
I believe so.
So
maybe not.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I mean, I could comment unless somebody else wants to. I do have. So I was raised Reformed. But I do have Orthodox family members. I have had conversations with these family members. So the family members that I have are very conservative and haven't had experience with psychedelics. And so whole beliefs that that it's an artificial means of reaching that state. Now, this individual specifically being Orthodox is very, he studies Torah 3 or 4 times a week and is very religious. And I do believe that religious experiences can be obtained by other means, through intense meditation and through, I mean, like William James studied, through these spontaneous religious experiences that can occur. So it's not to say that you know. So, but I have had conversations with other Orthodox practicing Jews who are open to it. I sort of did a little bit of research on to what degree there's openness, and it's increasing as there is increasing awareness of psilocybin, increasing acceptance of it within society, and increasing knowledge of its ability to produce these mystical experiences. So I think that it's still in its early stages of being adopted by the elders in the community, but I do see it rising as things change across generations, as they always do.
And if I could respond. Oh, there's somebody else. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're at 1 p.m. So we're at our next moderator. I just want to pause this part of the conversation, but it may intersect into the next moderator's talk. The next moderator has requested like more of a question answer style. So I want to introduce our next moderator, but also encourage questions to kind of flow more instead of like just a oration kind of speech format. So our next speaker is Kathy Ora-Shakuhi, and she's beginning at 1 p.m. and then we have Chris Shaw at 2 p.m. So go ahead, Kathy, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kathy Ora-Shakuhi, and it's a pleasure to be here. I have not ever participated in anything like this, so this is really exciting for me. I am not a lecturer. That's why I felt like I probably can do more of like a question and answer kind of a speech, not a speech, but a talk rather than a discussion, more of a discussion rather than a lecture, or I haven't really prepared anything, but I would love to share what I can about my experiences within the Jewish, specifically Hasidic community of Brooklyn, where I've been practicing for the past 3 years. And yeah, so who's asking the questions here?
Well, we're gonna share the question asking, but the questions we had kind of comprised so far were, tell us a little bit about, for those people who don't know about the Hasidic community, like just kind of a layman's understanding of what it means and what it can mean, the diversity maybe within that community, and then talking about your work, like your work in the community and how it specifically has, aspects to heal those folks and what those folks might be struggling with, what you see in your work.
Yeah, so the Hasidim are, they're from a couple of different sects of different backgrounds of Jews, European Jews, such as Satmar, Babov, Lubavitch, and a few others, Popko, and a few others. I would say most of my clients in my Brooklyn practice, I'm a psychotherapist in private practice, and I have 2 offices. One is in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and one in Great Neck. I'm in my Great Neck office today. I'm actually in between clients. So the Hasidim are pretty much kind of diverse, but very much similar. They live in a very insular society where they they only marry within themselves. They have certain costumes. They're pretty much set as to which rabbis they follow, what practices they have within their own community. It's kind of hard to explain, the lifestyle of Hasidic Jews. But that's pretty much, I think, sums that up. I can't remember what the next question was.
I had a question
Yeah.
about, so I'm not extremely familiar with the Hasidic Jews. I'm looking on Wikipedia right now, but it did come up in Eric Fromm's book. Now in the Hasidic community, there's it's very heavily based on following the rules of the Torah, correct? There's
Yes.
many rules and it must be followed, a very strict and disciplined sort of tradition, correct? I wonder to what degree mysticism fits into Hasidic communities. I don't want to, this isn't my idea, so I don't want to say it as my own, but from Eric Fromm's work, he goes through the whole, I'd recommend it to anyone who's interested in Judaism. He goes through the whole process, and his commentary on Hasidic Jews was that there was a lack of that mystical nature, and then I can't recall if in earlier times was it the Hasidic Jews? I don't know if you know the answer to this. I'm kind of just speaking out loud, and I'll stop after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, were the Hasidic Jews the ones that there was back, maybe it was in the oral tradition, it was secretive, it was like a secret knowledge that you couldn't just access, like you had to be sort of integrated into it, and it was this, like it was he describes it as almost like they were the knowledge had to be protected because an individual had to go through a long process in order to reach the maturity to understand the knowledge that was possessed within the sort of Kabbalah or the mystical elements, so anyways, I'm so sorry, I forget where I was
No
going with
problem.
that.
Let me pick up on that.
Thank you.
So the Hasidic Jews, as of today, are the ultra. They call them the ultra Orthodox. They're the ones wearing the big hats, the long black coats. So in appearance, they look very, very, very Jewish, very visible. Satmar sect is probably one of the most strictest in a sense of how they dress and their customs within the marriage, within the society, and everything else. The Baal Shem Tov was one of the founders of Hasidut. So Hasidut is where they come from. So they definitely are very, very much in their origin. They were very much based in Kabbalah, as a matter of fact. That's where, Kabbalah was practiced a lot by the Hasidut movement, which were all the big Kabbalists in the 14 and the 1500s. These days, though, they're not really practicing Kabbalah. They're not. They're very much more focused into Gemara, learning the Pshat, the Torah, the material that's being taught in schools at this point, the Talmud and all of these the Halacha. They're very much based on that, just like most Orthodox Jews are at this moment. You do have certain schools of thought where there's more Breslev, it's more Kabbalistic, it's more Hasidut based, especially in Sfat. If you're familiar with Sfat, a lot of those schools exist in Israel these days. Not so much in America, unfortunately. And I'm all about Kabbalah. I'm from Iran. I left when I was 14. my grandfather actually practiced Kabbalah. So he used to open up a book for people. They used to come from the village. Everybody used to come up. They used to line up, and he used to open up Kabbalah for them, and he used to interpret things for them. So I'm very into Kabbalah myself, and I love mysticism. Unfortunately, I find that today in our society, much of that has really been lost. A lot of it due to fear. There was a lot of fear around people claiming to be, Mashiach, and then it came out to be false, and because they were Mekubalim, so there was a lot of laws that kind of like prohibited people from study Kabbalah in that depth. And I personally believe that now is actually the time that we need to bring all of that back, because right now in history, we're at a point where we need to go to the heart of Judaism. And I believe the heart of Judaism is within mysticism, along with many other things, along with the other practices, along with the Talmud, and along with the Pshat of the Torah and everything else. But more so, we need to bring Kabbalah back. That's just my personal belief. I don't know if that answers your question at all.
Yes, it does. And very well put. And so I wanted to sort of piggyback off of that. So then, if I'm understanding you correctly, the lack of mysticism in it, it's almost akin to sort of, if you think about having liberal versus conservative views, conservative being tradition, being conscientiousness, orderliness, on all of these things. This, I think, Eric Fromm discusses how this was used that Torah was the law, and that was a way to help human societies function properly. And I think that we see when we go too far on either spectrum of anything, that we lose something. And so I love the way that you put that. And then the last thing that I wanted to comment was when you had mentioned I'm sorry, you said something about who's being prosecuted and they gave up their rights or something like that?
So there were, I believe, up to today, there were 2 or 3 individuals who stepped up and claimed that they were the Mashiach. Shabtai Tzvi was the last one. And since the prosecution, or I'm not sure exactly what happened, I'm actually reading a book about that right now. And it's really interesting. But since that time, because he was false and he wasn't really the Mashiach, and because he had certain powers and he was very much into Kabbalah, they actually forbid people from regular people from study Kabbalah in depth. So there was a prohibition that was put against it. And many, many rabbis followed at that time. I believe that was somewhere in the 1400s, but I'm not sure. And so since then, a lot has been lost.
I see someone raising their hand, so I just wanted to add on to that 2 seconds that what that triggered my mind was, again, Eric Fromm, but Escape from Freedom. What he talks about is that when an individual is when their needs are disrupted, when they're under prosecution, when things are difficult, that it's human nature to give up your rights in order to get the protection, like from a government or from whatever it may be. And so I feel like that part of what you were saying was sort of an example of that. But anyway, I love what you said, and I see someone else's hand up, so I will stop talking.
Yeah. Let's see. Good point. Who has their hand up? I can't see from here. Does anybody want to unmute?
Aaron Romano?
You want to unmute yourself and ask the question? No?
It's Aaron. I'm not sure. It's Aaron who had his hand up. But maybe.
All right. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Let
All
me
right.
just
I
pull
was
back.
really struggling with
Okay.
getting the microphone on for some reason. So just to kind of fill in some of if I can add on to what you were saying, and then Brian, there is a Hasidic movement, Chabad, and they do teach Hasidus and they do teach Kabbalah. Reb Shneur Zalman of Liadi published a book to break down Kabbalah for the common person. And the goal of Chabad Hasidim was to make Kabbalah accessible to the farmer, the butcher, the baker, those who previously were not deemed to be educated enough to handle it. And there's daily study that you can do with Chabad. And so it is part of the ritual and learning in Chabad to study what's called Tanya. And Tanya is this breakdown of Kabbalah for someone on a daily basis to follow through with that. And I'd like to also add, in many Sephardic communities, Kabbalah is also studied on a regular basis. And this community that I'm involved with, we study Kabbalah. So it's the essence of it is to be able to worship God with joy and from your heart. And it really is embracing the concept of oneness, like going beyond understanding that the ritual has a purpose, and the ritual is connecting your soul with the maker, and that you understand that you're basically in a meat suit, and the meat suit that you're in is many times is a test. It has interests that are contradictory to what your soul really wants to do. And there are really beautiful analogies and allusions that it has with respect to the soul and the soul's desire to unite with God. I mean, one is the candle. There's an illusion of a candle. When you light a candle, the flame burns and it rises upward. And it's trying to reach its source. The source could be the sun. So you have the candle, the flame from the candle trying to reach the sun, but you have the wick, and the wick keeps the candle down and keeps that light down. That's our body. So our soul is like that flame that is trying to reunite with source. And the wick, which is a physical element, is keeping us down here on earth and keeping us with our earthly duties that we have to engage in on a day-to-day basis, which is our body. And so the more you learn about that, Judaism takes on this whole new different realm. And I don't want to paint all Hasidim with a broad brush and say that they don't engage in this learning, because that is the basis of the Hasidic movement, which the Baal Shem Tov originally kind of gave over, is this worshiping with joy and feeling that and experiencing that ecstasy and that oneness. The Baal Shem Tov could be the equivalent of Rumi for the Muslims. And so, if you're interested in more of that, I put a link in the chat to what the definition of Hasidus is. There's some other really good books. I'll put another title in there. Moshe Gersht, really, he wrote a very short book, which is really excellent, which breaks down in a very modern style what Hasidus is and how you can approach that and integrate it into your life. And it's not doctrinal. And that's what's very unusual about it, is that you can take these principles, and if you are what you might call yourself a non-observant Jew, you can still take these principles and these philosophies and integrate them into your life, even if you're not connecting on that observant level, like many more observant Jews might. So I just wanted to comment and share that.
Oh, you're muted, Kathy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the question that Leo asked me originally. She asked me what kind of clients I work with, with what issues and things like that. So most of my clients are women in Brooklyn, and most of them are in their 20s and 30s, suffering with anxiety, depression, family issues, postpartum stuff, a lot of somatic symptoms like headaches, panic attacks, all of that, those kinds of things. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, so those are pretty much my clients in Brooklyn. In Great Neck, I see more diverse clients. I have Jews, I have non-Jews, I have Orthodox, non-Orthodox, of all different backgrounds, a lot of teenagers. I love working with teenagers. That's why I'm not leaving my Great Neck office yet. And I do a lot of hypnotherapy sessions. I specialize in deep hypnotherapy centered on really getting to the core cause of what's really happening within the client, doing a lot of inner child work, a lot of somatic work, a lot of somatic meditations with people. I do a lot of cacao ceremonies actually since past March. This past March, I've been doing a lot of cacao ceremonies in different parts of New York, specifically Muncie, New Jersey, Great Neck. And that's really been going very well. People are really opening up. Women specifically are really appreciating and loving cacao. Cacao is a wonderful, amazing medicine that could be used by almost anybody. You don't have to be an advanced psychedelic person to really tap into the power and use cacao. What else? That's pretty much that. And I've been doing a lot of psychedelic integration with people. So those are pretty much what I've been specializing in. Yeah, so I just personally, I found cacao in March. A friend of mine kept saying to me, "Oh, Kathy, you have to try cacao. You have to try cacao." And I had my own little ceremony and I fell in love. I fell in love with the plant. I loved what it did for me, opening up my heart. And then since then, all I kept hearing in my head was, "Oh, you have to do cacao for people. You have to bring this to the community. You have to bring this to your clients and to your friends." And that's pretty much what I've been doing for the past few months. And it's been amazing. It's been amazing. I've also recently started to sit with psychedelics for some of my clients and a lot of integration work before, during, and after, which is amazing. Yeah, so that, I don't know if that answers your question, Leo.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but are you still within the Hasidic community, or did you grow up in it, or are you just very familiar with it? I'm sorry if I missed that.
No, that's a very good question. I'm actually from Iran. I'm a very, very Sephardic Jew from the East, from the Far East, from Asia. And I left Iran when I was 14. We had to immigrate to the United States due to persecution of Jews. So it was a very pivotal time in my life. It was very traumatic. Came here, went to high school, went to college, got my social work degree. I was a teacher for a while. I didn't love it. I was like, I'm going back to school. I don't want to be a teacher. I really want to be a social worker. And that's how I got to be a social worker. And I actually worked for a couple of different mental health agencies in order to get my hours done and to get my experience. And that was also very difficult because I wasn't used to that at all. It was very diverse. And it was pretty much, I'm sure if there are any other social workers here on this forum, I'm sure you know that you have to do a lot of things before you actually get your hours done. You have to pay your dues. That's what I call them. And thank God I was done with that, and I was able to open up my own private practice. Yeah, so that's how I got to be here. And I really fought the idea of working within the Hasidic community for a long time. I'm married to a man who is a physician who pretty much 30 years ago started working within the Hasidic community and never left and loves it and always appreciated it. And I was always very skeptical because I'm just so different. My background was very different. I was so afraid that how are they going to see me? How are they going to react to me? Like, I'm so different. I'm more modern. I'm not Hasidic. They know that. They're not very open to outsiders. And I kind of fought that for a long time. And about 2 years ago, I gave a workshop at a clinic. And what happened was I had a whole lot of people come to me afterwards and said, oh, we really need this kind of work. We need to do more meditation here. We need help. When are you opening up? And and so I kind of like was pushed into it. And actually, literally in that workshop, a woman came up to me and says, my husband's a social worker and he's going to give you his office. Could you please come open up? And I said, okay, we'll do it. So that's how I ended up working with the Hasidic community. And I really, really love it. I never thought I would embrace it so much. I never thought I would appreciate it this much. There's so much beauty. There's so much purity. There is so much culture, that really exists within the community. Just like there's also a lot of other factors that, me as a social worker have to take into consideration, being very culturally sensitive, working within the community. So that's how I ended up working in Williamsburg.
Hey, Kathy, there's a couple of awesome questions in the chat from Leo, and Aaron's had his hand up for a while. Aaron, do you want to ask something, dude, or is that up from last time? Because by all means, it might be a last time thing.
He doesn't. I did have an account. That's okay, unless somebody else wants to speak.
Yeah, Leo had a couple of things. One, what is cacao? And I get completely confused by this. Is it a euphemism for something? In which case, you probably can't say. But I always think, are they just saying it's cacao on these chocolates that I ordered? Because I hope it's not just cacao, whatever cacao is. So please enlighten us.
Sure. So cacao is a plant that grows in South American countries such as Peru, Ecuador, Mexico, and it's a beautiful plant because it's very, very feminine in nature, and it has a lot of physical properties. It has a lot of antioxidants. It just physically, it's amazing for the body. It purifies the body. Energetically speaking, it opens up the heart. So some people will have this feeling, this experience of wonder. Some people will have a little bit of like that trauma release, what you get with MDMA, but it's very, very mild. It's nothing like MDMA or psilocybin mushrooms. It's just a very mild effect that people get from drinking cacao when it's prepared in a ceremonial way. Right. And I'm not referring to chocolate necessarily. So the chocolate that we buy in the store is actually derived from cacao, but it's extremely refined, and they add sugar and a whole lot of other things to it.
Hold that thought. So just double right back. So it's like a plant, right?
It's a plant.
Yeah, and it's a bit like cocoa.
It tastes like a very,
Is it like a bean? Oh, don't worry if you don't know. Sorry if I'm putting you on the spot. I don't know.
No. That's totally fine. I can answer these questions in my sleep because this is what I've been doing since March. So basically what they do with cacao is that they take it. It's raw. It's a raw plant, and it's the cocoa beans. They ferment it, and then they ferment it under banana leaves for a certain amount of days to make it more potent and stronger and more effective. And then they kind of like cut it up into pieces, and I'm not sure exactly what they do, but it's really fermented with purity, with water and nothing else. And then it's made into these bars. So you can also get little chips, and then there's bars. I happen to love a particular company that's made in Ecuador by a beautiful village. I think it's called a Saparo village from Ecuador, and they make the most amazing cacao product, and that's the one I've been using. It's from Cacao Lab. I see someone just asked me. It's Cacao Laboratory. That's what it's called. I've met the founder. She's a beautiful person. She also does a lot of cacao ceremonies. And I've tried maybe 2 other brands so far, and I have not liked any of them. So I just happen to love Cacao Lab, and I'm sticking to them. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've had friends. I couldn't tell you whether I've had it or not. I've certainly had a lot of things where it was written on the packet. But I know folks who've had parties where they've just drunk cacao, and they've enjoyed themselves enormously.
Yeah. So you certainly can drink in the party. The way that I would do it is I usually get a group of women together, and this is what we call a ceremony, quote unquote, where it's just a gathering of women, and everyone's there to heal and share and let go. And it could be a very beautiful bonding experience for women or for whoever is participating. Yeah.
And there was another characteristically observant question from Leo. What did she say? Oh, right. Yeah. It sounds like, and I don't know about this because I'm in Britain and I'm only mildly Jewish, but Leo's asking about what looks like a spokesperson, maybe even a rabbi called Rebes, saying that psychedelics are idolatrous.
If I'm trying, let me see if I'm understanding this correctly. Are they asking? Is this person asking if psychedelics
rabbis
is idolatry?
Spell check wrong. Yeah.
Let me see if I could see within the questions.
It's just a little further out. It's not too far back, but a little bit.
Yeah, I believe
I could jump in, but there was a rabbi in Israel, I believe, who's like highly followed, who recently came out with something, and Zach from Shefa posted it in the Jewish Entheogenic Society. And basically this rabbi was coming out against psychedelics, kind of saying, like, quoting scripture and saying they're a form of idolatry. And so I had asked the question about, like, how do you reconcile that with the sense of, like, sometimes you feel like you're interacting with spirits or different entities, like you mentioned, cacao feels feminine. How do you kind of reconcile yourself with maybe that kind of view from the rabbi or from people who consider it idolatry to interact with these different kind of entities?
I think it's a really pertinent question. Sorry to jump in, because
so I actually get asked this question a lot because I do serve, I would say mostly 70 to 80% of, Orthodox Jews. And the first question is cacao idolatry? Is cacao avodah zarah? My answer is no, because I'm not worshiping cacao. I'm not going to the plant and saying, please save me, or please purify me. What I'm doing is I'm utilizing the plant. I am drinking it just like I would be drinking Tylenol, or I would be drinking chamomile tea, right? I mean, who here does not drink chamomile tea, right? We all do. And so it doesn't mean that we're actually worshiping the chamomile tea or the chamomile flowers. But what we're doing actually is we are consuming these flowers because we know that chamomile can relax us and it could bring us into a whole other state of just being. And so this is what we're doing. The intention is not to worship a plant, just like we don't worship the ayahuasca plant. We're utilizing it and we're making use of it so that we can bring ourselves into a whole other element, into a whole other feeling, right? So the answer to that would be definitely no. It's not idolatry. I disagree with that. And as someone who uses psychedelics and someone who serves them and someone who does a lot of integration for psychedelics, I don't believe that it's idolatry. If you are doing it in the jungle with, if you have a shaman who is very much tapped into certain sources or certain ways of dealing with the darkness, if they're using the dark forces in order to bring on something else, then that may be idolatry or that may be avodah zarah, but I'm not sure about that. I've never had that encounter. So I can't speak for that.
I would be very curious if this individual has had a personal psychedelic experience. And no,
Probably
yeah,
not.
I mean, I would assume not. I would assume not, because the experience itself, the mystical experience, is beyond words. And so, if you're talking about psychedelics, the mystical experience that psychedelics produce with words without direct experience, then of course it's going to look like idolatry. And I also wanted to add, when you're talking about shamanic cultures, and I think that um, lack of this may complicate our Western adaptation, but in those settings, the shamanic settings, ritual is a vital, important part of the consumption of the plant, the psychedelic, and the mystical experience. And I think Aaron was saying earlier, he was talking about the importance of ritual, and in the Hasidic community, there's an importance of ritual, and I think that what ritual does is what you're doing when you're participating in an old ritual tradition, is you are going through a process that your ancestors have gone through over time. And so there is sort of this connection that is felt by participating in these sorts of experiences. I think, anything that's direct experience can tap into the mystical. So, I mean, we're talking about psychedelics, which produce mystical experiences, but it goes beyond that. And when you're looking at Judaism and you're looking at other cultures, there are many examples of ways in which they reached mystical experiences otherwise. I think Aaron also said something about dance and love, and being part of the Jewish teachings, and what these are is dance as being one with the moment, one with the direct experience. That's a mystical experience in itself, and love can be the same thing. Anyway, that's I just want to comment on that.
Yeah, that's a wonderful point, actually, because what I have found also is within the Hasidic community, there's definitely a very, very big culture around dance, right? Because they usually you have a Rebbe that's at the center, and then everyone else is just dancing ecstatically around the Rebbe. And so the closeness that they feel to this Rebbe, which is Kedusha, which is holiness, right? And the idea of dancing, which could bring on feelings of joy, right? And can make a person feel elated, can definitely all lead to an experience of having almost like a psychedelic experience, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I think that's also part of why somebody corrected me. Kabbalah, where it was kept very secretive, and you had to go through all these processes before you were allowed to be given the knowledge, where you were deemed whatever. And then at a certain point in history, then there was a movement to make transcriptions for the average person. And I think that the reason why it was originally kept such a secretive or sort of contained environment was an attempt to avoid contamination from societal influences, which throughout history have always been ideological, have always held ideologies, which is, I said before already, repeatedly emphasized as one of the most dangerous risks for man. And so, that being said, I understand why it was kept secret. At the same time, we do need to find a way for the average person to have these experiences so that our culture as a whole can become healthier. but it risks contamination. And I think that we see the same paradigm and risks with the psychedelic movement. There, I think Leo had said before, not in this talk, but before, that there are individuals who want to keep the psychedelics within sort of a protected sphere, and
You're
Brian, you've
muted.
muted yourself
Oh.
accidentally.
Brian, you're muted.
interpretation of what you experienced. So I think that I don't have answers to how to solve these problems, but I think these are problems that that we will be needing to address. Sorry if I went on.
No, that's okay. And I'm just going to jump in here right here because you made a really good point about rabbis trying to keep people from getting into that idea of idolatry or having a false Mashiach again, or whatever it is that happened in the past. So I think what happened was that we moved towards a more of a, I don't know what the term is, but it's more of a controlled society where rabbis really get to control a lot. And this is what I see a lot also within the Hasidic community that I serve, is that a lot of what goes on in the community has to be approved by their rabbis. And so there are many rabbis, by the way, who are very much open to psychedelics, because I'm getting referrals now from certain rabbis and certain Rosh Yeshiva and certain, people that are trying to help other people who are sort of like rabbis or helpers in the community. And but nevertheless, there are still many rabbis who really stay very close to it, just because they're afraid that if people are going to open themselves up and they will have spiritual experiences, that they're going to lose these people. And I see that happening too in some ways. There are people that will go to ayahuasca ceremonies and it will come back different people, because now all of a sudden they're so open and they're so connected and they see everything so differently, and they can see through systems of control and money and ego and all of these things. And, all of a sudden, these rabbis can't control these people anymore, and it becomes a problem. And I see this a lot in the community, and even, with my own clients who have done psychedelics or who are very much opening up. And it's really, it's definitely could be a problem, and it needs to be addressed. And it's definitely a very big part of integration when I work with my clients. It should be a part of integration as to, you feel like you're different, you have experienced certain things. Now you have to go back to your community and you have to have a certain persona, right? And you're having a hard time with that. What do we do now? What can you do now, right? You can either hide, live a double life. And I've had, clients who do that too. Or you can really learn to lead the way and bring other people closer. And you could be the leader that's going to show everyone else what it feels like to be an embodied, conscious individual. So I find that a lot of what I do is really inspiring and empowering people to step into that leadership role that they so need, that is so needed within the community, so that they're not shying away necessarily from who they are, but really stepping into their power as individuals and as Jews, embracing themselves and embracing others, and having patience for others who have not yet traveled that road, who really want to, but they don't know how. So we're definitely creating a generation of leaders. That's definitely happening, and it's really happening within the past year or so. I'm seeing crazy changes going just by psychedelics, just by going through, these ayahuasca ceremonies, and people who just keep going back and they want more and more. There's a lot happening in the community.
I love the comment that you made about the need to have these experiences and then come back, either adopt a persona or share your experience. What I love about that is that's also a part of the Buddhist doctrine. The Bodhisattva will go out into the forest and will have this mystical experience, this connection with nirvana, enlightenment. But then what's important to do is that then they come back to society with this knowledge, and they recognize that although they are not their body, this is reality is a game, and they can play a role in it while still recognizing that they are just a persona, that then they can still participate in society. And sort of a derogatory term for somebody who doesn't do this would be to be called a stone Buddha, that you don't come back. And so I think that integration aspect is absolutely vital. And then also to your comment on, or to add a question, I suppose, or whatever, about the rabbis who are teaching. I wonder about in older traditions, from my limited understanding, the rabbi was incredibly devoted to his work, and there was sort of a I don't know, there was more of a structure to develop an elder that then has the capacity to provide guidance. And I wonder, in more modernized societies, if we still if we've lost that, because now who are becoming rabbis, depending on Reformed or so forth, essentially what I'm trying to say is that that almost anybody who wants to become a rabbi could become a rabbi. Obviously you have to go through teachings and so forth, but I wonder to what degree if that's the case, then we risk having rabbis who don't have the capacity to guide, and that could lead to a sort of a corruption of the original traditions. So I don't know if you have any commentary.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good point. I think that just like you can have social workers or physicians who crave power and control, who may want to step into that role so that they can fulfill those needs, egoistic needs, you can also have rabbis who can step up into those roles. And I see it happen all the time. But you also have rabbis who are very sincere and very loving and very beautiful people, very down to earth. So you can have both, it's not either, this or that, but there's always that tendency of wanting to step into a role because there's a gain, right? And so I always tell people, if you're going to choose your rabbi, you have to do your research, right? I personally don't really relate to many rabbis anymore. There were many people that I used to follow on Facebook and Instagram and listen to their lectures, and I could no longer listen to them, because the more I do my own work and the more I tap into my intuition, the more I realize that they could be ego driven, or I can't listen to you if your heart is very closed up and you're telling me what to do. It just doesn't appeal to me anymore. So my goal with my clients is to get them to get to that understanding about themselves and tapping into their own intuition to see what's good for them, because we're all coming from somewhere, right? And there are days that I may come from ego and pain and hurt and all kinds of things, right? And there may days that I just be more humble. But if you don't relate to me as your therapist, then that's your choice to choose me or not. And I encourage everyone to do the same with their rabbis. Being a rabbi does not mean that you're at a different higher state than anyone else, and it doesn't give you permission to tell everybody else what to do, and it doesn't give you the red light to the green light to go ahead and use shame and guilt and control to control masses. As simple as that. And I'm very outspoken about this.
I love everything you said. It was spoken like a true Rogerian. Carl Rogers he said that, so let me back up for a second. I think that what you're talking about, what you're saying about rabbis within the Jewish community who are unfit, it relates very much to social work and mental health care, which is the field that I'm in. And I see that the system collapses or corrupts for a variety of reasons. But one of the main reasons is that it's not extremely difficult to become a therapist. And what Carl Rogers said was that therapy is an art and not a science. And a metaphor that he gave was that you can give a student the most expensive violin and the best violin teacher, but you do not know whether or not he will create beautiful music. So a therapist must have innate personality qualities, and he'd find 3 of them: acceptance, genuineness, and unconditional positive regard. I messed that up, but so anyway, what I'm relating that to in terms of rabbis is the same sort of thing that you were just saying. That you are seeing rabbis who are ill-equipped, because I think just like you need certain qualities to be an effective therapist. And also in the Rogerian sense, what the therapist does is the therapist does not provide the answer. The therapist creates a therapeutic alliance, which creates an environment where the individual, through dialogue, comes to the conclusions themselves, and that is the opposite of egoistic. and so I think that deeply relates to what you were describing as these problematic views within emerging modern rabbis. So I just want to add that commentary.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think there was a question someone asked a while ago about, is cacao safe during pregnancy? So generally it is safe. Definitely is, although I would just go with how your body feels. There are many pregnant women who feel nauseous. If you're nauseous, or if you have upset stomach, or you tend to have heartburn, so you may kind of want to drink it in slowly and see how it sits on your body, and see how it sits on you, like physically, emotionally, and energetically, and then go from there. But it definitely is safe for pregnancy. And I'm trying to see if there were any other questions. Do I have to go back into the chat to see the questions?
Yeah, maybe someone could read them to you, or
that would be very helpful, because I know there was a few of them that I missed while I was talking.
Let's see. I mean, I had asked about like domestic violence, like things that you might see in an insular community that could get hidden. Like, how do you help deal with like different Jewish culture and trauma related to, aspects of being insular, like an insular community? So, and also like setting boundaries with your friends and family. How do you, like, as a therapist, how do you personally set boundaries?
Mm-hmm. So as far as domestic violence, sexual, physical abuse, I believe from what I'm seeing within the community, the Hasidic community has it just as much as any other community. I actually used to volunteer for Shalom Task Force, which is a domestic violence oriented organization geared towards Orthodox Jews. And they serve all different kinds of Jews. And so I'm very familiar with the idea of, abuse and domestic violence in particular. I do see it in the Hasidic community, just like any other community. And I do, you know, it's pretty much the same protocol as I would follow with anyone else, really. It's just following safety guidelines. And thank God, I'm really blessed because I was actually trained by Shalom Task Force many years ago in dealing with, you know, abuse cases. So I have that, which I'm very grateful for. And then what was the other question? About boundaries.
Boundaries.
Setting boundaries as a therapist or setting boundaries as a person.
If you're a therapist, then it's hard not to kind of be that role, like with family, friends, like whomever that you have in your intimate circle. How do you set boundaries with your friends and family who like want you to be their therapist?
So if somebody wants me to be their therapist, I don't normally treat friends, close friends and family. I've had friends from time to time that I haven't seen or talked to or haven't had much to do with that come into my life again. I will take them if there's no one else to work with them and they really like what I do and I see that there's potential, I will take them. I do contract with them, meaning I will tell them if I see you on the street, I may not say hello to you. The rules apply to you just like they apply to everyone else. You may not, you know, text me after a certain time. There's no special treatments. If you are paying me, I'm holding this kind of space for you, then this is what I expect of you. It's pretty much how I treat all of my clients. I'm pretty good with that. And I do work in a very close-knit community. So I have to be extra careful. You know, even when I go into the supermarket, here in Great Neck, I run into my clients. So I really have to be very focused and very careful how I behave, you know, who I'm going to say hello to, who I'm not going to pinpoint in the supermarket and say hello to. It's a little difficult, but I've learned my way. But that's pretty much that goes. I do really live and breathe being a therapist. It's not just what I do, it's who I am. So my family, like my children, know that it's just a part of my language. It's how I talk. It's how I think. It's who I am. And they kind of have learned to embrace that. And I would say I probably have had some sort of influence on them as well. My children, my teenagers will say things like, oh, you know, a part of me really wants to go to this party, but a part of me doesn't really want to do that. And I feel this way, or I feel like it's just like it's something that, you know, we've installed within our family. It's not so much about I'm a therapist and I'm going to fix everybody. It's really about this is who I am and this is how I think. And I may have influenced you in that way, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, I think it's always a tight rope to walk. So as far as like any thoughts you might have, like we have 4 more minutes and I just thought maybe like you could reflect on like what this hour's meant for you or what things you liked or what things, you know, were challenging or how, you know, how you felt or, you know, just how your day's going to go.
Yeah. So, I just want to say that I am by no means an expert in anything. I've gained some knowledge and I'm very thankful for that. I myself am in the learning process. I've learned a lot within the past 2.5 years about psychedelics, about conscious ways of opening up the mind, really stepping into my power. And whatever I've gained, I try to bring to my clients, but I'm also in that learning process. And I love being in this, you know, in this process with everyone else. And I really do appreciate this time. And I actually feel like I also have learned so much within the past hour or so, just by having this conversation. And I really want to thank everybody for your time and for listening and for asking questions and participating.
So we have a couple more minutes. Does anyone want to share some feedback to Rachel for Kathy before she ends her hour, please?
I guess I want to really thank you. My name is Meira, and I used to be in the Orthodox community, and I really still, and I also worked for Shalom Task Force. That's another story. But I really appreciate what you're doing and what you're bringing to the community. It was something that I needed to leave because of the sort of the rigidity that I felt, and there were lots of sort of ego dystonic things for me, but I really respect and appreciate your work and where you are. And so thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for speaking up.
Hmm. Hmm.
Thank you so much. Let's see, there's one other person here. Christina, I would love to connect about cacao. I've learned a lot over the last decade over sacred chocolate stored. What is the chocolate stored?
Hi, so for the last 10 years, I've been creating divinely guided apothic chocolates, which means that the plants have told me what combinations to put them in to help certain maladies that I had. And for a while, I had a very successful business, which was also a sacred operation. And at the moment, I live in Maui, where cacao grows. And so my next step in the evolution of stewarding sacred chocolates is to actually help with the growing process.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. So first of all, it's so nice to meet you. You know, just as you were talking, I was getting goosebumps. I think you're very powerful. So I would definitely love to connect with you on this. I would love to learn, you know, more about connecting cacao with other plants. Yeah, for sure. Let's connect after this. I'm gonna probably share my information to this chat. You can look me up on Instagram, and there's a link to my website, and I can also provide my phone number if that helps.
That
and
does
if you
help.
want to provide your information, yeah.
Yes, I put my email, but I think ultimately we get on Signal. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And please put all of your information for your work and everything, the powerful work that you're doing in the chat. And I just feel like it's going to be so meaningful for those who listen beyond just this moment, who hear this talk, and it really probably touches their lives and speaks to their community. So really appreciate you showing up and representing. So I'm looking for Chris Shaw, who's our next moderator. And Kimberly's asking me if there's a Signal group. There's not, but if anyone wants to start a Signal group, I mean, I could start a Signal group to get going on this conversation. But Chris, are you here now? Just checking in.
I'm here now as best I can be. Yeah.
Woohoo. And so you're under shock.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so so it's your hour. Take it away, and feel free to present, and then let us know if you need any help.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me first see if I can share my screen. Is that okay? Let's just see.
Anything you want to do without nudity and like really perverse things, totally fine.
I'll try to edit then. Can people see my screen or not? I'm pressing share, but I don't know.
I'm not seeing it yet.
No, not seeing it.
Okay.
Oh, now I'm seeing it.
Oh, you are?
I am not.
For a moment, oh no, that was someone speaking, and so their image blopped on the screen.
What about now?
Now I see it.
Asking you shall receive.
Yep, it's there.
I'm sorry, I got a weird throat thing going on. Anyway, my name's Chris Shaw, and thanks for your talk. I caught some of it, and I've kind of bounced in and out. And just as a preemptory, I might have one or two children coming around, but we'll deal with it. So my presentation and hopefully our conversation is going to be on Buddhism and medicine, psychedelics. I guess first and foremost, what that has to do with Judaism, if anyone's asking, I have absolutely no idea. So perhaps other people can tell me if there's any overlap. I grew up culturally Jewish. My mother was very culturally identified as Jewish. My father went to Israel, is a self-described Zionist. My brother lives in Israel currently, self-described Zionist. But in terms of their religious practices, in terms of their religious teaching, I know nothing. Just not how I grew up. And quite frankly, if there was religious adherence or believing in religious progress or miracles, my parents would have said you're stupid infants, but much less nicely. So I think they refrained from being pejorative when I officially became a Buddhist, but because they didn't say anything. But in any event, so someone can maybe piece that together for me later. And then the talk is Buddhism and Medicine Beyond Belief, basically highlighting that Buddhism, and my takeaway from the medicine is that it's beyond belief. It's can't be grasped with a dualistic mind. It can't be understood that way. And you don't need to have a belief system to be a Buddhist. And also, I think this is the main theme, the main thesis, what I have found through the medicine. If anyone has a different experience, by all means, share it. Is when I'm most present and most loving, I'm least hooked by my concepts. And when I'm most suffering and most self-clinging, I am most hooked by my thoughts and my concepts. So just as a little autobiography, I don't know how interesting it'll be, but I started smoking pot when I was 12. This is a psychedelic piece. And then we'll get to the Buddhist piece. But I started smoking pot when I was 12. And when I was 13, I was going to do mushrooms because, drum roll please, my mother thought it was a good idea to do them with me. She was if anyone's going to call Child Protective Services, please know my mom has left her body about 13 years ago, and I have no regrets. I'm glad she did it. But she considered them to be the laughing drug. I've done mushrooms probably 100 times since then because it was 40 years ago. That's not how I would characterize my mushroom experience. I sometimes laugh, but not every time. So then anyway, LSD when I was 16, LSD and mushrooms in college, Grateful Dead, touring with them, ecstasy, mushrooms, and LSD. And anyway, pretty much that's faded away. Every once in a while nowadays, I'll do ketamine, an excellent avenue toward egolessness, if I may be so bold. A little bit of DMT here and there and some mushrooms here and there, but very rare now. I have 2 kids, and also I just don't view the medicine as a path unto itself in terms of waking up. It's just kind of a good reminder here and again. So in any event, I was doing these LSD trips and other trips, and I had read Alan Watts and a lot of other Buddhists and Hindus and mystics, and I thought I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I thought there was some correlation. I just couldn't quite name it. And then I came across Be Here Now by Ram Dass. I don't know how many people are familiar with this book, but it's pretty big, pretty powerful cultural moments in the early 70s. At that time, I didn't know he was into the Grateful Dead and thought Jerry Garcia was a bodhisattva, which I'm open to. But putting that aside, he was a Harvard psychologist, obviously Jewish guy, Dr. Richard Alpert, rolled with Timothy Leary, and got fired because he was doing mushrooms and LSD with his students. Went to India because he too had heard about a strong connection between the psychedelic experience and what the masters were teaching in India. And so I was pretty well primed for a book like this when I came across it, and it blew my circuitry, I will say. And just as an aside, I was particularly impressed, but not exclusively impressed, by the mind reading stories and by the Shakti, the bliss hits you could get from teachers, and the pointing out instructions from other gurus and so on. And for whatever reason, even though I was pretty skeptical growing up in the household I grew up in, I believed his reports. And then I thought, if that's true, that people are, at least where I grew up in Ohio, we weren't talking about mind reading and so on. So I thought, no one I've ever met knows anything about reality and about how reality works and the relationship between reality seemingly out there and the mind seemingly in here. And, you know, now I realize people probably did. They just weren't telling me, or they were telling me, but I couldn't hear because of where I was. So, in terms of frequency. So anyway, that's kind of a little autobiographical kind of setup. But the main thing that I would highlight, and this is from my experience with psychedelics and what I think it's fair to say Buddhism presents to the degree that anyone's interested. Give me 1 second. Is like Byron Katie, who's not a Buddhist, but like Byron Katie said, when I believe my thoughts, well, she's put in the past tense. When I believed my thoughts, I suffered. When I didn't believe my thoughts, I didn't suffer. And that's true for all human beings. Now, I don't know if it's true for all human beings, but it is true for me, for sure. The more I cling to thoughts, the more I suffer. The less I cling to thoughts, the more present I am. And putting enlightenment aside just for a second, everyone I meet, and admittedly, I only meet a small segment of society. It's either at work, not talked about, home, not talked about, or in my role as kind of Buddhist director or membership guy or meditation instructor. Those people say, I want two things out of life, putting enlightenment aside. What do they want? They want to live as present as possible, and they want to live as loving as possible. You know, I think that's probably true of however many people are still listening to this rap. And my experience was that in order to live more present and more loving, you got to find out what's the obstacle. And the obstacle is conceptual reification and conceptual fixation from a Buddhist standpoint, and from my own experience, by the way. So losing your mind and coming to your senses, you know, it's a psychological quote, but for me, you know, I should have it blown up and put on my wall. It's I do this with my kids. I call it the pause game. My kids are 9 and 6, by the way, but my girls, thankfully, if we're walking, I might just say pause, and then we reconvene 20 seconds later, and we report what we heard, what we smelled, what we saw, and it's just a way of basically grounding. So, you know, I say, this is mine. You can feel free to use it. It's not been trademarked. No one has ever thought their way out of this mess. And it's basically, you know, not to pick on conceptual reification, but a lot of people, I think, who are spinning out think they're going to get out of the spin by more spin. If I just have the right thought, or if I just have the right opinion, then I'll be free. Where, you know, alternatively, there's other methods that might be more effective, at least from a Buddhist perspective. Leave it at that. So that's what I basically came away with all my hallucinating, which wasn't, I was never hedonistic with it. I always respected the stuff because I thought it was pretty powerful stuff. I was hedonistic with everything else, but with hallucinogens, I was relatively moderate. But I walked away with the idea that the mind is a wonderful servant and a horrible master. And I felt like I was being victimized by my mind because I was unable to live present. I was unable to live warmly, and incidentally, I had a taste, in large part through the medicine. I've had the taste of, you know, and also some meditation retreats of not being disturbed by my mind. So you know that contrast when you are suddenly hooked by your mind again. I remember, I wasn't planning on telling this, but I walked out of a 2-week meditation retreat. I called my philosophy professor, who's since passed, but I love the guy. And I was like ranting like a madman. They're just thoughts. They're just thoughts. I'll never be hooked again. And I remember him saying, don't say that, like basically don't curse it, you know. And he was right. I shouldn't have said it because I have been hooked pretty much since. But, you know, I like this quote by Shunryu Suzuki. And this is just, I'll skip some of these quotes, but just to make the point, he says, I don't know much about consciousness, but I try to teach my students how to hear birds sing. And I just think about it, talk about trying to live a present life and a loving life. Forget about enlightenment for a second. Like, I can go months without hearing a bird chirp, and then I'll like hear a bird chirp and I'll be like, oh my God, I've been swimming, drowning in my head so long that I haven't even heard birds chirp. I haven't felt air on my face. I wonder sometimes when I really want to depress myself, how many bites of food have I taken in this lifetime that I've actually been present for, from chewing to swallowing? How many steps have I taken on this earth that I've actually been present for? How many breaths have I taken that I've actually been present for? If that doesn't depress you, then, you're doing a lot better than I am. So good for you. David White poem, I think we can skip. Do not seek the truth, only cease to cherish opinions. If I had to give a kind of bumper sticker of what I'm trying to get at, it would be this. Belief clings and faith lets go, to quote Alan Watts. This also is my own quote. Feel free to take it. It too has not been copyrighted yet. But insanity is believing a green banana should be yellow. If I didn't depress you by asking you basically to reflect on all the time, we haven't been present for our lives, whether eating, walking, or, by the way, talking. It's easy to lose yourself when you talk. How much time do we spend yelling at something that it should be different, more evolved? Especially in spiritual circles, we do this to ourselves all the time, especially for people who view your spiritual life as self-improvement program, which is just basically saying, ego saying, put makeup on me. It's just more suffering. And we do this. Ram Dass, I wasn't going to say this, but I probably should plan these things, but Ram Dass has a great quote, not verbatim, where he says, when you walk in trees, you see them all crooked, short, tall, bending left, bending right. You never moralize. You don't judge it. You just say it's beautiful. But when it comes to human beings, we drop all that and we immediately become judgmental because this tree is not as evolved as we think it should be, or we're not as evolved as we think we should be. So anyway, this is a book that I wrote. Chronic Dissatisfaction is Baked in the Cake of Human Existence. I also wrote The Game is Rigged. Actually, I just have the book cover so far. I haven't written the books, come to think of it, but I had someone make this for me. And this is true. Chronic dissatisfaction is baked in the cake of human existence. If what? If we think we're going to find happiness out there from a Buddhist perspective. The happiness you seek from a Buddhist perspective and Advaita and Hindu is right here. There's countless stories of people walking all over the place with gold in their pocket, analogously, to find out that they have the gold all the time. And so that's a good quote, but the optimal strategy and behavior change with yourself and others is compassion. I'm into that. And another, love is the strongest medicine, is more powerful than electricity. I'm into that. But anyway, back to trying to find happiness out there. This is Advaita, really into Rupert Spira right now. Again, not trying to push, not trying to convert, just trying to share. If anything I say resonates, wonderful. If not, it'll be over soon. Now has nothing to do with time. Now is another name for awareness, another name for ourself. So obviously Buddhism doesn't talk about capital S self. Hinduism and Advaita, they have a little more capital S self. But at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, what stays the same and what changes? And everything in the external world changes all the time. They have a Greek quote like, no one has ever stepped in the same river twice. I think people probably know that quote, because the river is always changing. And incidentally, so is the human being who steps in it. We're always changing. Our thoughts, form, feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness, we're always changing. So no one can ever step in the same river twice because the person is always changing and the river is always changing. And so we can call the Mississippi River, or Euphrates. It's a convenient designation that doesn't capture its continual nature of being a self-turning kaleidoscope. It also separates that which is completely related to everything else. As long as we don't get confused by that, there's no problem distinguishing the rivers or distinguishing human beings. And so here, Ram Dass's injunction is to identify with being the witness. And you guys probably all know this, so I'm just probably refreshing your recollection. I'm certainly refreshing my recollection. But, you know, after playing this game for 30, 35 years, whatever it's been, I think where I'm landing is I just talked about what changes, which is everything in the external world, and our thoughts, and our feelings, and our emotion, and our breath, and our heartbeat. What doesn't change? It's the awareness. The awareness that hears my voice is the same awareness that blew out the cake when you were candles when you were 5 years old. That awareness does not age. That awareness has no gender. That awareness allegedly, and I believe, is beyond birth and death. In the same way that the space, the sky, is always there. You might not be able to see it because the clouds cover it. But the sky is always there. And awareness is always there. We just get distracted. And incidentally, the space is always absolutely untainted and unstained and untouched by the clouds. No question. Just like I didn't have a great childhood. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying something. And I broke my leg when I was 9, whatever. My awareness right now is completely unimpacted by that. And it's not because I'm a good person or a bad person that I can access this awareness. And this awareness was shown to me, and I'm sure many of us, when we were on some of these medicines. And it's shown other times too, when you're in a room and a fan goes off, your mind kind of expands. Well, when you have a near-death experience, of course, hiking. I mean, there's all kinds of times where it's just now and nobody's home. Basically, your name doesn't even make really much sense because there's just now. Subject and object kind of get a little murky, just like they often do with the medicines. That's a good quote, but we'll skip it. So let me just finish with 2 quotes, and then hopefully we can talk, or we can just sit together if people don't want to or have anything to say. But once we recognize that thoughts are empty, the mind will no longer have the power to deceive us. But as long as we take our deluded thoughts as real, they will continue to torment us mercilessly. And I just want to say before, oh no, we'll skip that one. That's a great thing though, by Adyashanti. If anyone wants this PDF, I'll give you my phone number, and then I'll send it to you, and whatever you want. I got 1,000 of these things. But anyway, let me see. I just want to make sure did I mention we're thought addicts? Okay. Oh, I want to say one thing about meditation before I read this quote. Well, I want to say 2 things. Well, I said, you know, the reason I started meditating was because I was reading a lot, and then I went to Boulder, Colorado, and mercifully I was surrounded by a lot of, well, in this case, I was surrounded by a lot of Buddhists, but I was also surrounded by a lot of Buddhist teachers, Hindu teachers, shaman from Peru and Africa. So, you know, I did a lot of this stuff, but, you know, finally someone said to me, "You're very well read in Buddhism," which I was flattered by. And he said, and this is a common line, but, you know, it's like going to the restaurant and trying to eat the menu. And I was sufficiently a mess anyway, and I thought that was right. And so, you know, I started meditating there to practice familiarizing myself with being here now, to go back to the origins of our conversation when Leo introduced me. So practice is not about having experiences. This is Joko Beck, Zen Buddhist. I read this 30 years ago, but I missed this until recently. But anyway, practice is not about having experiences. I should also say I saw Rabbi Zalman Schachter in Naropa when I was in Boulder, Colorado. He taught with my teacher, was Dzogchen Pulnap Rinpoche. I keep him here just because you say hi to, that's an old picture of him, but that's Pulnap Rinpoche, Dzogchen Pulnap Rinpoche. He was discovered when he was 2 years old by the Dalai Lama and some others. And so he's talk about dedicating your life to serving others. In any event, I will read this quote now. Sorry. Practice is not about having experiences or having giant realizations. It's not about getting somewhere or being something. Practice is simply maintaining awareness of our activities and also thoughts that separate us from our activities. When thoughts arise, we notice them. and return to our direct experience. Awareness is our true self. I will repeat that if you don't mind. Awareness is our true self. It's simply what we are. So we don't have to develop awareness. We simply need to notice how we block our awareness with our thoughts, fantasies, opinions, and judgments. We are either in awareness, which is our natural state, or we're doing something else. So, yeah, we're either in awareness, which is our natural state, or we're doing something else. So that's all I have. There was some weird drawing while I was going on. I don't know if that was like divinely. Oh, I see. Someone's trying to get in, I think. Divine intervention. I wasn't doing. Did you guys see pictures of our drawings? I mean, as I was reading the quote. In any event, all right. So let me get off this PDF, which I'm happy to send to people. And like I said, I got 1,000 quotes like that. I edited it previously, but not well enough. So there was some that I'm not going to cover right now. But I think I have to stop sharing so I can see what's going on here. I don't know if I do or not. Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Yeah, because if I can't get off this, I can't seem to do anything else.
Are you trying to get out of the share screen, Chris?
Yeah, man. Thanks.
Yeah, let me see if I can help.
Thank you. I'm pressing stop share.
And no, it's notoriously elusive.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but when you finally get it, you'll go, oh. I can't remember where. Is it up the top? Is there a drop down menu to the right?
I got it. I actually got it. I think because I can see you and I don't know. Can you still see it?
No, mate. I think you're good. I think
no, you got it.
Yeah,
right.
well done.
Thank you. It takes a village to live my life. So,
yeah, that was awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was really funny in places as well. I appreciate it.
Well,
and, what I find that when I say I'm going off to meditate, I get funny looks sometimes, even though everyone's supposed to have headspace and everyone's supposed to be meditating. And that sounds a bit kind of spiritually kind of snobbish, doesn't it? Like,
yeah,
I'm really doing the work. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how people probably hear it.
But what I just, what I actually mean is I feel like a dick going off to meditate then, like an other. And have you ever kind of felt like this at all? And what are your tips for kind of dealing with it in a good-humored manner?
Well, I want to hear from others, but yes, I have experienced that. I mean, this is a very different context. Honestly, I try to talk about Buddhism as little as possible, just because between this is my perception. Either I'm laying a trip, which I'm not, because I got enough problems living my own life. I'm not trying to live others, or I'm being, like you say, kind of snobbish or arrogant. I've just found over 35 years, like, the less said, the better for me, not in a context like this where, you saw the title and you decided to join or didn't. But how other people, I mean, it's also good practice to do things that are uncomfortable and just let that thought and emotion pass too, right? I mean, what they think about you saying, I'm going to go meditate isn't actually your problem, but I get your point.
I found it easier to say I'm going to church.
Yeah.
And that's amongst like sort of secular hipsters.
Right. Exactly.
It's the kind of I'm going off to do something else now by myself. Maybe. If anyone's got any thoughts on that, it's like similar for dieting, isn't it? There's only a certain amount of times you can say I'm having the salad before people go, oh, mate, come on, look, have the steak, we're at a steak restaurant.
Why are you so literally? Why are you so worried about what people think about it, though? Can you just get off on?
I still want them to be my friends. I don't.
Can you get off on being
I'm meditating by myself all the time.
Good. Well, that's good. I just think about myself and if I say I'm going to meditate and I really am going to meditate and somebody looks at me funny and then I feel like oh God, they're judging me. I've learned to take that energy and make it feel really good and be like, good, judge me, fool. And then I'll go meditate on that and then meditate on nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you're perfectly right. But by the way, that's exactly the conflict.
I love this conversation.
I actually have a vicious presentation to finish for tomorrow morning. And I'm going to have to get on with that. But thank you very much, everybody. And I'm going to be around what would be sort of first thing Monday morning here, but it's going to be like the graveyard shift for you guys. So I'll see you later on. And thank you very, very much. That was fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Is your name Shawk?
Chris.
Oh, is it? It's Chris, right?
Yeah, Chris.
It does say Shawk. Yeah,
I am.
I mean, if you're known as Hawk in your circles, then I commend you.
Yeah, that'd be pretty rad. Here, I'm just gonna leave my number,
Simon Hawk,
and name, so anyone who wants it can hit me up. No problem.
Anyway, thank you very much, and thanks everybody else. I'll see you in approximately 8.5 hours, a bit less, 7.5 hours. Cheers, guys. Enjoy your evening.
Yes. All right. Anything else? Otherwise, we'll just sit together.
Yeah, I have something to bring up. Chris, what kind of Buddhism did you like? There's a lot of different kinds of Buddhism, right?
Totally.
So, and what is the type that you started, like were first introduced to?
Well, I'm Tibetan Buddhist, but that's because my teacher is Tibetan Buddhist. If he was Hindu, I'd be Hindu. If he was, Jewish, I'd be Jewish. I mean, these guys. Oh, did I say this? Oh, so I want to say something. I don't remember if I finished this thread, but so I read Ram Dass's story, and he talked about the mind reading stories and the miracles and so on.
Right.
Did I mention it's absolutely true? I mean, I'm sure everyone knows that, but it's my daughter's come in. Hey, babe. It's absolutely, absolutely true. And so, you get your mind read like a back of a cereal box a few times, and they can give you Shakti hits where you're just feeling massive, I love you, baby, where they give, massive, like you just took a hit of ecstasy just by being in the presence of someone, forgetting about pointing out instructions. You're going to find that pretty compelling. I started out I feel like I redid the 70s trip in the 90s by myself, Alan Watts, DT Suzuki, Ram Dass, the Grateful Dead, the whole thing. And so what I read initially, and I always thought I would probably be more interested in Zen Buddhism, but I met a Tibetan Buddhist teacher, which I wasn't really that into, but it was choiceless at that time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you get your circuitry blown like that, you're like, I want more of that.
Yeah.
I'm going that way,
Did you ever look into the Nam Myoho Renge Kyo people?
I don't know. Is that where you say a mantra or something?
Yeah, it's like a type of Buddhism.
Yeah, it might be Pure Land. I don't know, but I'm not familiar with it.
Well, I've been going to some of their meetings lately. I'm going to go to one tonight, and it's interesting. I like it. So
go on. Tell what's interesting about it, if you don't mind. If you can synopsis.
Well, they basically say that by reciting this, right?
Yeah, right.
You're bringing things into being, right? You're like manifesting what you need. And I actually have noticed, I don't know if it's just like chanting, like enriches your life, but I definitely know that when I do it, I feel better. And whether it's like psychosomatic or there really is something to it, I don't know.
Right.
I definitely have noticed a difference, in my life since I've started doing it. So
is it whose celebrity does that? Is there like a Tina Turner thing or?
Yeah, I think she was into it, but
yeah. I don't care. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find out I'm pretty new to it, so I don't know the exact name of it, but
look, can I just play off that for a second?
Yeah,
I'm trying to despair. I know nothing about the lineage. I'm not saying anything about that, but just to be like contrary, because I am, and I'm not saying you shouldn't go to this thing. I'm not saying anything about you, but just to say, we have what we need. It's called the present moment.
Right.
And it's called awareness. And that's always there. And the more I've done tons of mantra, I've done meditate. You know, I'm not saying anything about you. You know, I am a little dubious in general, and I'm not saying you said this, about religious practices where it's like the inverse of the injunction from the Bible, which says, not my will, but thy will, Lord. You know,
Right.
It's not thy will, Lord, it's my will. And I want all my cookies and I want to avoid all the bad stuff. And it's like, well, then what else is new? That's just how samsara is. Samsaric beings always want their cookies and they want to keep out the bad stuff. So there's nothing different there. And I don't know, I'm not saying anything about this lineage, but you know, and Joe Quebec has a good quote about this too, like, especially for people who hear me talk about gurus and stuff like that, which is, you know, can be rather exciting. I would argue that everyone has their guru. It's called the present moment.
Right.
You know, but again, I'm just playing off what you said. I'm not saying anything about it.
Yeah. So I guess it's Nichiren Buddhism. Yeah.
Right. It is Tina Turner's. Yeah. I think it's Pure Land kind of stuff. But yeah, you say a mantra and yeah. I think it helps with your rebirth too.
Right. And I don't know, I just have identified with a lot of the stuff that it's talks about. So I got into it because I had hired this attorney to work for me, and she's really into it. And I was over at her house, and she had like a huge like shrine set up. A gyoho is the term for it, but she's got like a shrine set up with lotus flowers, and it's just really intricate and beautiful. And she has a gong there, and she's super into it. I would say almost to a point where she lives like every aspect of her life by it. Like she won't do something until she chants on it, and you know, it might be a little bit consuming, you know. But then I went to the meetings, and I found some other people there who didn't, you know, take it, I guess, to that extreme or to that length. And I like that there's somewhere something for everyone in it, you know, depending on how deep you want to go. As opposed to, like, I feel like a lot of times with Christianity, it's like, you know, everyone has to, and I'm not saying all Christians are like this, but you know, to show your love for God or your devotion to God, you got to go to church every Sunday and be there on Wednesday, you know. And so yeah, I don't know, I just like it. Works out good.
I want to read Google gave me a quote from her, Tina, that is. Chanting helped me to go within myself and open deep resources of happiness and wisdom in my own heart and mind.
Yeah.
There, it's pretty rad.
Right.
That's great for you. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else?
I was reading in the comments, Christine had brought up something about Recovery Dharma. Check out Recovery Dharma.
Yeah, without the dogma. Yeah,
I haven't heard anything about that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, there's a lot of ways of getting at the same thing. Mantra, of course, is can be a big part of Buddhism. You know, anything that the other thing about being exclusively focused on a mantra is you're not doing your normal discursion, right?
Right.
You know, like mantra, you know, it's protection. It protects you from your normal discursion, which is good, bad, right, wrong, I and other, nonstop. So one thought becomes 10 thoughts, becomes 100 thoughts, becomes 1,000 thoughts, becomes your life. And then you say, wait, did I live my life, or did I live my life, you know, mediated or filtered through my concepts? And to the degree that you get that, it can be rather depressing realization at the end of your life. And so it is clear that Buddhism is not just about how to live, but not how to just live well, although it's still not really about becoming a better person, incidentally, but temporarily it's fine. People can use it for that, and that's totally fine. But ultimately, it's not only how to live well, i.e., presently, it's how to die well. And dying's not easy. I can't even have a cold without having bad emotions.
Yeah. I think that dying is probably one of the harder things we do in life.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what they say, in order to live, you got to learn how to die. I mean, one thing about hallucinogens and medicines that people can talk about their experience, and I encourage you to do it. It's fair to say there are people have had death experiences, in some variant on medicines, or am I alone on that?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that before I did 5-MeO DMT, I was probably like 100 times more afraid to die, than I am now.
Right.
And then, like I think it was Joe Rogan had said, if this is what dying's like, this has to be what dying's like, basically.
Right.
And I would agree. After I did that, I'm not so afraid to die. But I assume it's probably what dying is like if I could, compare it to anything. So
look, I don't mean to put anyone on the spot, but Christina, can you tell us a little bit more about this death doula thing? I mean, I appreciate the tech. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. So I don't currently offer death doula services. I am trained in just one level, and that happened because I was cast in the role as death doula for my family since I was 6 years old. And I mean, I could really go deep into that. I don't know that this is the platform, but I'll just say that I've been a death doula for many people in my family, and I was not trained, and it was hard. And my mother always knew I was a healer. She knew I was special. She would try to tell me and instruct me on how I needed to help her die. And I was like, Mom, I'm a teenager. Like, I want to go out dancing. Like, Right. And she'd be like, sing now. And like, I need you to sing. And looking back, I see how she was a seer and she was helping me. But at the time, it just felt like so much pressure, and I didn't have family support. And so one little story I'll share, just a snippet of, is that the last time she was in the hospital, the doctors and everyone there said that she's gone, she's not going to wake up. And the thing that my mom always really loved me to sing growing up, she went to Catholic school, was swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. And so I kept singing that song, the whole song over and over. And she came back. She was like Lazarus. She died many times. I brought her back many times. And I was just like, she is not dying right before Christmas, because it was almost Christmas. And that was her favorite holiday. She would put lights on her cherry red sleigh, which was our red minivan. She put lights in her ears, lights on her computer, lights everywhere, lights on the house, obviously. Like, she was a light during Christmas. And I was like, she cannot burn out before Christmas. So she came back. She celebrated one more Christmas. The only picture I have from that was her flipping off the camera and hiding her face, because she didn't want anyone to see her death face, because she knew she was a goner, So anyway, that is one little story I have to share. And my path is leading me towards helping people die gracefully and happily. I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll call you if I have warning about when I'm leaving my body. You can sing that to me. It's beautiful. Your voice is beautiful too. And
Thank you.
thanks for your genuinely and thanks for your work. That's about as important as it comes in my humble estimation. Joanna, is there anything you want to share? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'll take that as a maybe not. So anyone else have anything? Leo sent me something. Yeah, a little bit. And Ram Dass and some others on the Tibetan Book of the Dead, Chogyam Trungpa, who founded Naropa in Boulder, Colorado, and then Ram Dass and two others, Metzinger and someone I'm forgetting, did a thing on Tibetan Book of the Dead. Or they call it like Tibetan Book of Dying. But I haven't done any practice. Yeah, I haven't done any practice with it. Personally. I'm sure people have. Anyone have any thoughts or reactions that they're suppressing? No reason to edit. Well, let me ask people, and I'm going to need to hear from somebody, but when Joko Beck says that awareness is what we are ultimately, in essence, does that resonate with people's experience, even if it's not like, even if it's 0.0003% of your life? Does that does that resonate with people? And it's okay if it doesn't. Or do people have a different view of what we are ultimately? I don't mind silence. I'm used to it.
Chris,
Yeah,
so did you see in the chat, someone asked did you study the Tibetan Book of the Dead?
Yeah, I thought I'd comment on that. I just said I've read it
okay.
a couple different iterations, but I've never done any formal practice with it. There's another dying practice in Buddhism called Poa, where you can eject consciousness, out of your head, basically. If you can't recognize the nature of mind upon death, my memory is, like plan B, you got a second parachute just in case. But I haven't been introduced to that practice either, quite frankly. My teacher I'm sure has it, but he hasn't taught us that, or it hasn't taught me that.
Is your teacher, I was going to ask, still alive?
Yeah, that's why I came to Seattle. I met him in Boulder, Colorado, and then he moved to Seattle in '99. I came in '01. And so, I have kids now, but I was director of the community for 4 or 5 years. I'm now on the board. But yeah, this does not happen much. I did just see him within the last week. But yeah, he's alive. COVID's kind of slowed some things down. But Punlap Rinpoche Dzogchen Punlap Rinpoche is kind of very well known and has received transmissions from a lot of different lineages from the Tibetan Buddhist masters. One thing I will say is I don't remember if he told me the story or not, but his mother was rather miffed when he and his co-teachers he was younger then, at the behest of their guru, would say prayers for, I think it was Mao, whoever the Chinese leader was who basically authorized and initiated the invasion and destruction of Tibet and Tibetan Buddhism. And, they would say mantras for, I think it was Mao. Someone can forgive me for my lack of historical knowledge, I should know. But it's just interesting to think of people saying, I mean, it took me, well, I'll edit that. It's interesting to think about someone who, says prayers for their enemy, basically. And this reminds me, and if someone wants to say something, raise your hand. I don't need to talk and vomit the whole time. But there was a well-known Tibetan Buddhist teacher who was jailed and tortured by China for 12 years. And I don't remember if it was a teacher or a student asked him, were you afraid of dying? And he said, the only thing I was afraid of was losing my bodhicitta, or my compassion for my captors.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. That was Mao who directed the People's Liberation Army to invade Tibet and kind of start the colonization.
Yeah.
But now the government of Tibet lies over in India.
Yeah, that's where my teacher. That's where they first went, to India.
Yeah, they're still there. Damar Lhasa. So
sure. Yeah, that's where. So yeah, were you afraid of dying? No, I was afraid of losing my bodhicitta for my captors. Is pretty. That's pretty inspiring and impressive in my humble estimation.
I have a question.
Leo?
Yeah, so I met you on the front lines of the mental health and chemical dependency epidemic in the Pacific Northwest, which has some of the highest rates of depression and anxiety in the nation.
Right.
And I'm just wondering if you can speak to the trauma and the tragedy of what you see is going on kind of on the collective, but if you have any theories on why the rates are so high in the Pacific Northwest. And also if you see it getting worse, like the mental health and chemical dependency epidemic. And then, if you see the role of healing and all of that, for our hurting communities.
For our what communities?
Our hurting communities.
Oh, so I will if you go first.
Sure. I felt so traumatized by working on the front lines with Chris, trying to help those folks that are incarcerated. And it's so often the poor, it's so often the mentally ill and the chemically dependent. When I would dig into their cases, 95% of them were abused physically, emotionally, sexually, and never got the treatment that they deserved. And then when I think about my wealthy elite friends that can go to any kind of treatment they want, and they can zoom off to Peru and get ayahuasca and what have you. And then I see these for-profit mental hospitals that are profiting. That means they're having people on the NASDAQ, their souls, their personhood is on the NASDAQ, and I can put money into my bet that there's going to be an increased profit in locking these fuckers up. And some of them would get locked up 50 times. Can you imagine being civilly committed 50 times and getting shoved full of drugs, and then you're crashing off the drugs when you get out of the hospital, and you're getting out to homelessness, to chronic homelessness. And so it's a money-making cycle. And I wanted to start a hospital that had acupuncture and all the nice things that the rich elite can have with their nice insurance, ketamine and plant medicine treatment and, healers and all these things that we would have the buy-in for the people. And I got so angry with public defense because I said, we're just slapping Band-Aids on, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing nothing to fund another source of treatment because these people keep heading back to the same treatment. It's not working. Why don't we do a new treatment and let them choose? And unfortunately, that's not the reality. And so I'm angry. And I left, but I don't know. I feel like I abandoned the people that need my help the most on the front lines, but I decided to leave the broken system, and I hope someday that the system changes.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Anyone have any thoughts? Mic drop.
Yeah, like you go, girl, Leo, preach, because I'm behind you 100%. And I remember 1,000%, 1,000,000%. I remember we had this beautiful Entheo Society event with psychedelic performers of all kinds. It was just so cool at Lo-Fi in Seattle, in Eastlake, and you made me get up on the mic, and I did, and I told the whole room while you were out smoking a cigarette or something. I told the whole room exactly what you just said about this beautiful hospital dream, because the thing is, when you are poor, you are in probably the most need of services, and also you probably have unstable housing. So if you have unstable housing, you're going to get rejected from all of these people screening you for psychedelic services, unless they are maybe super negligent. And then in the same regard, like if they're negligent and you go into their care or non-care, you just might get your brain blown and just be so much more ungrounded. So anyway, there's a lot of layers to the oppression, to being poor, to being incarcerated, all these different levels of being underprivileged. And so the underprivileged need the whole world to step up. And I think I'm just going to end it there. Mic drop.
Thank you. Well, Leo, clearly you're a visionary. You do more in a week than I do in a lifetime. And I appreciate your work and your view. And I don't believe you abandon, people say, oh, these are dark times. From a Buddhist perspective, it's always dark times. That's why they call it samsara. We've always been fucking killing and raping each other from time immemorial. And from a Buddhist perspective, it's because we don't pay enough attention to our mind. And so once we don't realize who we are, then we believe there's a self, and then we push and pull, and then we try to keep our cookies and and then race and gender, and we do all the other fucked up stuff. So, samsara is always going to be there. Leo, you're doing a wonderful with it from my perspective. And I would just say, even though it is always fucked up, and that is grounds for anger, but we shouldn't forget it's also grounds for compassion. I mean, that's what anger is, right? I mean, they've got to be like cousins, if not siblings, right? Anger is my heart fucking hurts and I want something to change, I guess, right? So, but we shouldn't forget the compassion, like even for people who misbehave, let's just say. First of all, like Dobson, I'm sorry, the guy at 10, right? He said, oh my God, I realized I'm connected to everything. And then that made me think, oh my God, that means I'm connected to Hitler. And like, that's literally a quote from Eric Fromm. Maybe I have it wrong. It's a quote though. He's like, we've all risen with Christ and we've all killed with Hitler. That's what it means to be, it's very hard the more you do the spiritual path to otherize, if I may be so bold. There's nothing people do that you can't see in yourself if you look. So I think compassion is worthy, especially if you believe in reincarnation and karma, which I'm not saying you have to at all. But I think the more you meditate, the harder it is to otherize people and to not see why they're doing it or how they're doing it. This is from someone who took 3 years to even think of the word compassion as applying to Trump. So, I'm trying to get better about that, but anger is totally good too. But like those bumper stickers, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. It's like, outrage is not the only reaction one could have when they pay attention. And if we lose sight of compassion and we're just left with anger and outrage, then we're arguably contributing to the very systems that we say we want to undermine. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know what people think about that. I mean, reincarnation's like, I mean, to me, it's a given, just like when you sleep, your mind, your consciousness still creates images. You think your consciousness and the images are internal and external, but they're made of the same thing. And then there's observer, it's the same thing. So there's no duality in our dreams, but we think there's duality in our dreams. And similarly, and our body's on, basically paralyzed. Similar, I think when we drop our body, consciousness continues. But I'm open to being wrong. I'm not wed to it. It's fine if I'm wrong. It wouldn't change anything. I mean, I don't care if there's karma or reincarnation. People still want to live present life, and they still want to live lovingly and compassionately. If you knew karma wasn't true, you still wouldn't do fucked up stuff just because you could. I mean, it's just not how it really works. I mean, it's not how people are. Anyway, if people have other thoughts, but we got to wrap it up, I think.
Yeah, we're in the last minute. Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate everything you've shared. I think it's important for folks to consider that Buddhism for a lot of people represents a philosophy. And that when I think about like Goldie Hawn, she identifies as a Jubu, which is a commonly used just like expression for those people that are Jewish who also identify as Buddhist. And so I just really appreciate, there's so many deep, wonderful lessons in so many different religions or philosophies in the world. And I just appreciate kind of the common sense practicality of Buddhism. Thank you so much for sharing your journey.
Thank you all. Much love, people.